conversation of the day. Hello and welcome into every single person tuning in on YouTube and everybody that has already joined us over on TikTok in the last 3 minutes. It is so good to see you all. We are going to go ahead and hop into the debates. If you don't know what we do here, we debate Trump supporters. We try to change their minds, get them over to the right side of history. Of course, the reason why we do this is because I think that Donald Trump is the worst president of modern American history. And right now he's contesting for a spot to be one of the worst presidents in all of American history. Now, we already have our very first Trump supporter loaded into the live. Their name is Angel. They're 19 years old. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right. First point, again, is Cookie King is just the mom.
All right. Well, Angel ended up being a troll, folks. So for everybody tuning in on YouTube, I tried to get a debate for, the first conversation of the stream. But, he just ended up being a troll. So we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Please, if you happen to be in the queue over on TikTok, which is where we load guests up, make sure that you're an American adult that genuinely does support Trump as president. We're just looking for some good, productive dialogues here. We're looking for some productive, linear dialogues with people that, we politically disagree with, right? So if you're a Trump supporter, please hop in the guest requests. For the last couple days, it's been incredibly hard to get a Trump supporter up on the live. So from my perspective, at least, it kind of looks like you guys are scared. I don't know. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, I don't. I know that this is me.
I'm sorry, I do have to kick you there. We're going to go to put the rules back up on screen. The rules are, if you want to join the stream on TikTok, Sky, I appreciate you so much for the galaxy. You got to be 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate. And if you break any of these rules in coming up onto the stream, you're going to get banned, okay? Look at that on the bottom there. It says, rule breakers get banned. So, we're going to be... We're going to be enforcing that rule today. What is up? Hello, Luca. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, how old are you? Luca left. Luca said goodbye. All right, guys. Yeah, we're having a hard time today. Listen, let's just get down to the brass tacks, okay? They're scared of me. They're incredibly terrified of me, quite frankly. The Trump supporters, they don't want to entertain dialogue with a competent liberal because they know inevitably there's no good reason to support Trump. And it's funny because anyone with a brain knows this, right? I mean, last night, actually, he directed military to arrest people that are burning American flags in Portland, Oregon. Not only is burning the American flag constitutionally protected, but because of federal law, the military cannot function as a police force or law enforcement and make arrests unless the insurrection clause of the 14th Amendment has been invoked, which obviously it hasn't. So, I mean, holy shit, overnight he violated federal law and the Constitution twice. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
38.
All right, man. Sounds good. Mr. Eric. Eric, that's your name, right?
Yes.
Right. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. You have my full undivided attention, my friend.
So, getting rid of illegal immigrants that are criminals, I agree with that. Mm-hmm. Tax cuts.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
I just don't get it. You and so many other Trump supporters are so hell-bent on the deportation of undocumented immigrants for committing a federal misdemeanor that you're willing to support a secret police that is now ripping naked children out of their homes and throwing them into the backs of vans in Chicago. Meanwhile, you actively support a president who isn't guilty of a misdemeanor but was found guilty of 34 felonies, has violated the Constitution eight times in the last 8 months, ranging from infringing on the First Amendment 4 times, calling for the termination of the Second Amendment when he directed his Justice Department to find a way to ban all gun ownership for trans Americans, explicitly violated the 14th Amendment when he tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants, and called for termination of the 22nd Amendment like a billion times with a suggestion that he wants to run for a third term, and he was held civilly liable for rape, and he was sued in a New York court for falsifying the value of his properties. when getting loans from banks. And he was criminally charged in Florida with an investigation into an intentionally concealing classified documents that he took from the White House in his first term. And last night, he directed the military to arrest people for burning the American flag. Burning the American flag is constitutionally protected, meaning his directive was unconstitutional. Not to mention it's illegal for the military to arrest people, meaning that directive was also illegal per federal law. It's like, God damn, bro, why do you care about a misdemeanor more than an acting president violating the Constitution so many times? I can't even get it all out in 3 minutes.
Okay, was it National Guard or Army?
Military.
Military. Okay, was it National Guard though or Army?
I think that the National Guard is a part of the military.
It is a part of the military, but they're allowed to operate as a police force, I believe, in a riot.
No. So they don't have the authority to arrest people in a law enforcement capacity. And I forget the name of the piece of legislation. It was there you go.
Quasi comitatus, yeah. I actually am not 100% sure on that. Let me take a quick look at it. But I don't agree with really the arresting people that aren't criminals. Like, I do think they need to get like a warning, like, hey, listen, we're gonna give you a year, get your shit together if you're, obeying the law and whatever. But there is a lot of like gang members from other countries that are here, and they need to be removed as far as I'm concerned. I mean, if you're here and doing things the right way, just don't have your citizenship.
Yeah.
Like, I do think there should be more of like not an amnesty, but.
So you really only care about arresting and deporting undocumented immigrants with like criminal offenses committed.
Right,
okay.
Which is what the original plan was. I don't agree with the.
Did you know that since Trump's inauguration, he's been deporting undocumented immigrants with prior criminal offenses at lower rates than the Biden-Harris administration?
I have heard that. I haven't seen the statistics. I don't.
I could show you the statistics. Go to ice.gov/statistics. Breakdown for monthly arrests. Then on the right side, you'll see another drop down, and then just specifically click the button that shows the statistics for arrests and deportations of undocumented immigrants with prior criminal offenses. It's on ICE's own website. You can't dispute that.
Okay. I mean, if that's the case, then.
Yeah.
So be it. I mean, but it is also, I mean, if they're going after the gang members, those are probably harder to find, and people that are here actually without asylum and whatnot.
Well, the issue is at the scope.
It would take more time to find them.
The issues at the scope of Donald Trump's deportations are, well, as we could agree, every undocumented immigrant in America. Meanwhile, for the most part, the scope of the deportations under Biden and Harris were specifically those with prior violent criminal offenses and pretty insane nonviolent criminal offenses. So that's why we see lower levels of deportations of those with prior criminal offenses under the Trump administration today compared to the Biden-Harris administration, because the scope is wider, right? But given that you only care about the arrests and deportations of undocumented immigrants with prior violent criminal offenses, you shouldn't support Donald Trump's immigration policy, because not only is he deporting them at lower rates than the Democrats were, but he's also deporting individuals that we agree shouldn't be deported in incredibly violent ways.
Yes and no. I mean, when you're dealing with, all right, so let's say I bring you to a house and it's all just scumbags like waving pew-pews around in your face.
I think it's very unfair for you to suggest that undocumented immigrants are scumbags.
I didn't. Ones that are criminals and selling schmugs and graping and all that shit.
So rapists are scumbags? Why do you call Trump a good president if he's such a scumbag, given that he's a rapist?
I mean, a lot of that shit was a witch hunt. Let's be real.
So the courts are unreliable?
I mean, most courts are, yes.
Okay, then how can you trust immigration courts to reliably determine who is and isn't an undocumented immigrant?
I don't know.
Oh, well, now you're telling us that you don't know if you could trust the courts to reliably determine
I
who
mean-
is and is not a citizen or an undocumented immigrant. So then obviously you wouldn't support a mass deportation operation because who knows? We have no clue
Oh.
if we're just sending citizens
I mean,
to be beaten and
from
tortured
what-
and starved in Seacot in El Salvador for months. Come on.
Yeah, they are removing a lot of criminals, though. I mean, there is going to be people that are in the crossfire as well. Just, I mean, think of it like this. I mean, if your family members are illegal and they're with you when the house gets raided, I mean, they can't just say, "All right, we're going to leave you guys and take him." But
Actually, yeah, you can. Just saying. Like, if like my
Yeah, you
dad,
can,
if
but
my
that-
dad
that-
has a warrant out for his arrest for a crime, and I live in my dad's house, the cops are gonna come and they're not gonna take us both away. They're gonna
Well,
take him
yes,
away.
but-
So
but
like you're
you're a
suggesting,
citizen.
you're suggesting that like, oh, if you live with undocumented immigrants, it makes total
But,
sense
I'm
for ICE
saying
to
no,
come
no,
in
no,
and take
yeah.
everyone away. However, right, that actually doesn't
If
make any
they
sense at
are-
all, and that is not like the common nor typical operations of law enforcement.
if they are illegal, is what I'm saying. If they are here illegally, it's just like if you live at your father's house and they come and arrest him with a warrant, and you have, let's say, an illegal firearm, they can arrest you for that.
Well, now I have no clue what you're saying because I thought in like the thought experiment that you described, it was like the family that were undocumented immigrants and
Oh,
you were a
just,
citizen. It
but,
makes sense that they
I
just
mean, it
arrest
doesn't
everyone.
have-
So I actually don't know.
It's-
Does anyone understand what the hell this guy's saying? Because for one, I don't.
It's illegal if you're here illegally and they raid a house.
Okay, so
then
if you're an
you
undocumented
are
immigrant and ICE raids your house
illegal,
to find you, they're
undocumented,
gonna
whatever
arrest
you
you.
wanna call 'em.
Sure.
then
Yeah.
you
So
can
if
be
you're
deported.
if you're an undocumented immigrant, per current law, you could be deported. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if they raid a house, there's going to be people that are not criminals that are going to get deported.
So their directive is to deport all undocumented immigrants.
Okay. But they're obviously not they're obviously not deporting them. Like, they're going after criminals. And
No,
then
that's not true. Vast majority of all deportations so far under ICE and Donald Trump's second administration have been undocumented immigrants without criminal or violent criminal offenses in the country.
Hey, but
not
is it
not to
still a
mention that the
crime?
directive is not to mention the directive is to deport all undocumented immigrants per Donald Trump's explicit command.
Is it still a crime to come here without proper documentation?
Yeah, it's a federal misdemeanor. But when you say they're going
Okay,
after
but that's
criminals,
still a crime.
But when you
It
say
still
that
is
they're
a crime.
when you say that they're specifically going after criminals and you're making that in its own distinct category separate
Well,
from all undocumented
then
immigrants, would you
is
allow
it-
me to finish speaking? You have 5
Yeah.
seconds to shut the hell up. Thank you. So when you tell me that they're specifically going after criminals and you're making that a separate and distinct category from all undocumented immigrants, obviously you're going to be talking about like criminal offenses in the country, separate and distinct from the misdemeanor of undocumented entry on its own. You're the one that told me that those were two separate categories by arguing that they're more so specifically targeting the criminals, but there is some undocumented immigrants without criminal offenses in the country that are also getting deported. Right?
Correct.
Right. So when you say they're specifically going after criminals, like obviously per the implications of your own statements, you're not talking about the misdemeanor of undocumented entry on its own.
No, I'm not.
There you go.
But they're still a criminal. It's still a criminal offense.
Okay,
Whether it's a misdemeanor
now I'm
or
just,
a felony,
now I'm
it's
just
still
really
a criminal
now I'm just
offense.
really unclear on what you're arguing, right?
Like, I don't think they should be going after people that are doing the right thing, but it's still a criminal offense. They should be giving them a pathway to citizenship
Okay.
if they're doing.
So you
if
think
they're
undocumented
here
immigrants
and-
should have a pathway to residency or citizenship? So therefore you don't
But
support mass
if you're a
deportation.
criminal and you've committed a crime and you have not started any of that paperwork to become a citizen,
What the fuck
then-
is this guy saying?
you're deported.
Okay, so you're simply just saying that the Trump administration is deporting undocumented immigrants. We already know that. The question I'm asking you is why do you support Trump?
I told you because the
This guy's in fucking coherent. This is unreal.
what the fuck are you talking about? I'm incoherent.
I think everyone watching knows exactly what I'm talking about. Like this is like
How am I
you're-
incoherent?
You're like unrealistically geeked the fuck out right now.
No, I'm not. I
Okay.
just don't sit there and debate people every day.
No, no worries, no worries.
And I'm just having a conversation.
Yeah, yeah. So what is the reason you
I,
support
I
Trump?
don't know all the stats like you. I support him for lowering taxes and also the deportation. That's what I told you.
Okay, so I thought that you agreed that you only want the deportation of undocumented immigrants with like violent criminal offenses inside of America, right? I thought that you agreed to that. And then I gave you the statistical fact that there was higher levels of deportation under the Democratic policy of the Biden-Harris administration, specifically for undocumented immigrants with those prior violent or pretty insane nonviolent criminal offenses. And then I even gave you my source, that was ice.gov. So obviously, if that is the one specific group of undocumented immigrants that you want to be deported, then you would prefer the Democratic policy over Trump's policy today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so.
That's how it works.
I mean,
That's just that's
they're the
because
ones who let him
they
in.
oh,
They're the
dude,
ones who let
sir,
him in.
with all due respect, that is just simply how it works. That is how logic works. You tell me that you want undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses to be deported from America. I give you a source to prove that there is now less undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses being deported from America. This would obviously reasonably conclude that Donald Trump's deportation policy took a turn for the worse respective to your idealistic goals of getting more undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses out of the country. That's just that's so commonsensical. You have a goal, and he's doing worse at achieving that goal. Therefore, you would say his policy is not preferable. That's just
I
how
mean,
logic
he's
and reason
only
works.
10% below Biden's record. Okay, but he's only been in office for 9 months.
Every single month that he's been in office, there's been lower levels of deportation of undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses compared to any month under the full 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration.
How many illegal aliens did they deport?
How many undocumented immigrants did the Biden-Harris administration deport?
Yes.
I'll show you the levels right now from a graph from ICE's website. Like
I mean,
realistically, this is all that you should need.
from Homeland Security, over 2 million illegal aliens
see.
out of the United States in less than 250 days.
Okay, so here is a screenshot from ice.gov/statistics. If we look at every single quarter, right, from 2021 until Q4 of 2024, and then we also look at Q1 of 2025 there at the end of the graph, you will see that Q1 of 2025 had lower levels of deportations of specifically undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses compared to any month under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, and how many did they let in at the same time?
Okay, well, now you're attempting to shift the argument into
I'm not.
positioning
I'm
yourself
not.
to
But
say
if
that the
you
Biden-Harris
deported a
administration
million,
let undocumented immigrants in. I apologize. However, I'm not going to allow you to shift the goalpost to attempt to make a new point, right? Because we've been talking now for 12 minutes, right? And in the last 12 minutes, I've just been attempting to convince you of one singular point. That is that there's lower levels of deportations of undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses under Trump today. I have now shown you the graph from ICE's own website. I've given you the source so you could go look it up on your own. And you were just simply unable to do any of those things because your brain is breaking now that you have to come to terms with the fact that you're fucking wrong. Okay? Trump supporters are incapable of accepting that they're wrong. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Now, one thing I want to ask you. You've continued to reiterate sentiments expressing vulgar negativity around undocumented immigrants that commit violent crimes in this country. Are you willing to express those same sentiments surrounding citizens that commit violent crimes in this country? More so, the president that has been held civilly liable for raping a woman, boasted about
civilly
perving on
liable.
the naked bodies of little girls, and been found criminally guilty of 34 felonies. In the same way you think if an undocumented immigrant commits a violent offense, they deserve to be kicked out of the country, at the bare minimum of the president commits violent offenses, is found guilty of felonies, and violates the Constitution begrudgingly every single day over the course of the last 8 months, at the bare minimum, does he deserve to get kicked out of the White House?
Okay, then how come the Democratic Party isn't trying to impeach him again?
CB, I
Like they
appreciate you for the
literally
galaxy.
his whole first term, they literally tried to drag him through the mud, impeach him 3 times, all on bullshit, and then all of a sudden that he gets charged with a case from 30 years ago. The dress wasn't even like made at that time, and you think
It's not true.
that it's all real.
What you
It's
just
all
said,
real.
what you just said about the dress isn't true. So that's just misinformation that popped up on Telegram and Facebook. You would not be able to give me any reliable source for that claim. And secondarily,
Okay, then how
the
come it
reason why
wasn't used as
Democrats,
evidence?
I'm going to go ahead and finish speaking. And secondarily, the reason why Democrats haven't tried to impeach him yet is because they hold a minority in both chambers of Congress.
Okay, but even if it was so bad, then even the Republicans would go against him if he was trying to dismantle the Constitution.
Sir,
Let's be real.
you are currently a Republican defending him, even though he's guilty of raping a woman. Are you so sure that Republicans would go against him? No. They're cult members, kind of like you.
Oh, cult members. All right.
You heard me.
Yeah, I'm a cult member. Branch Davidian. Yep, I'm a Branch Davidian cult member.
I don't know what Branch Davidian means, but I'm happy to hear you admitting to being a member of a cult.
Waco, Texas. Come on. All right. I'll let you go. I got to get back to work.
Wait, you want to enter debate there? I mean, you made a claim about, for instance, like the grape case to do with Trump. You said the dress wasn't even manufactured in the 1990s when she claimed she was raped and when she proved in court. And then I responded to that by telling you that there's no reliable source to demonstrate that claim is true. That's misinformation that popped up on Facebook and Telegram.
All right. Well, I'll have to look into it.
And then additionally, you asked me, well, why wasn't that dress accepted as a piece of evidence in the court? Well, it's because she claimed that it was a dress she was raped in. She claimed it had Trump's DNA on it. The court took it, tested it for DNA, found male DNA on it, turned around, asked Donald Trump to provide his DNA to the court so it could be tested against the DNA on the dress. He refused to give his DNA to the court, meaning that the judge also threw out the dress unless he would have been willing to submit his DNA to the court. Because unless he did submit his DNA to the court, it was just merely speculative.
Didn't he say that he would submit DNA to a private company, not the courts?
Okay, well, I mean,
He did.
I'm unsure, but you have to submit the DNA to the court if like during discovery period for it to be like taken as evidence for the case. Like if it's not to the court, then it doesn't matter.
No, the court uses private labs all the time.
Okay, so then you're saying that he was willing to submit it to the court's private lab?
I'm not sure, but he didn't. He wanted to submit to a. Yeah, he said he wanted to submit it to a private lab, not to the court.
Okay, where and when?
And wouldn't they already?
Wait,
have
where and
his
when?
DNA?
Can you please give me any evidence of this? I'm just curious. Where and when?
I can't remember. I mean, this case was 3 years ago, and
Okay, so you're just talking
like
out
I
of your
said,
ass. And by the way, did he submit his DNA to a
No.
private lab?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right.
But all right, I gotta get back to work though, so I'll talk to you later. I'll do a little bit more research.
All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Yo, Carolina, thank you so much. I have no clue what currency that is. Oh, that's Brazilian. That's kind of cool. It's pretty cool. Hey, I appreciate you so much for the, let's see here. 50 Brazilian, I'm just going to call them dollars over on Super Chat, Carolina. Thank you so much. Show some love to Carolina down below in the chat for the 50 Brazilian dollars. I know that they're not called dollars. I just don't know what they're actually called. But thank you, Carolina. If you guys could please show some love to Carolina down below in that chat while we're looking to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live, that'd be awesome. Yeah, let's go to get that next MAGA supporter loaded up. As well as Jack, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, saying one reminder, might want to remind this caller that MTG tried to impeach Biden not even 2 months into his first term. Also, chat, what should I get for dinner? What did she try to impeach him for? She's kind of crazy, so I feel like it's going to be something like super minuscule. We got that next guest, Jeremiah, loading up into the stream right now, guys. If you're in that queue, make sure it means that you're an American adult that sports Trump. What's up, Jeremiah? Are you MAGA? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
No.
No. Bye. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and throw the rules up on screen. So if you do indeed find yourself in the guest request over with us on TikTok, just make sure that you're following the rules. They're very simple. You just got to be 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate. If you are breaking those rules, you will be incredibly quickly banned from the stream. So don't break the rules, else get banned. But let's get that next guest loaded up in here right now. What is up, Churro? Do you support Trump?
So I do and I don't actually.
Knowing everything that you do now, if you were
full supporter, if you're looking for a full supporter, then I'm probably not the person.
Let me just ask you a question. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back in time to November, who do you vote for?
You know what? I guess I'm not a Trump supporter. I apologize.
No worries. You have a good rest of your day, man. Moving on to the next guest, Swan. We got Swan loading up in the box. That's not Swan. Get out of here. All right. Where did Swan go? The queue's just moving around way too fast, folks. The queue's just moving around way too fast. Hey, if you're following the rules and you want to come up and debate, go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that chat. I'll happily get you loaded in. We got OG connecting. In the meantime, Sarah and Mary, I appreciate you both for the very first Venmo donations of the day with the $5 each over on Venmo. Thank you so much. What's going on? Do you support Trump, OG? OG, you have 5 seconds. And banned. Okay, moving on to the next guest. Here we go, folks. Here we go. We got the next guest loaded in. Yo, Dahlia, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Dahlia, that is very kind of you. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Dahlia down below, folks. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
18.
18. What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
January.
Okay. What did that make you? 19? It would.
No.
Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Don't lie about your age. Don't lie about your age. Come on, folks. Don't lie about your age. It just slows the stream down. We got that next guest, Patriots for Life, connecting to the stream right now. All right.
I love Trump. I love Trump. I love Trump. I love Trump. I love Trump.
Okay.
Rip Charlie. Rip Charlie. Rip Charlie. Rip Charlie. Rip Charlie.
How old
Follow
are
me.
you?
Follow me. Follow.
How old are you?
20 million. Oh my god.
Okay, and he's gone. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Okay, we got Swan loading up in. Okay, dude. Give me a break. Give me a break. What's up,
Hello?
Swan? Do you support Trump?
Hey, yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 35.
35. All right, Swan. Let me go ahead and take that the rules off the screen. Let me thank 2 people here, then I'll give you the mic. Kristen, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Kristen didn't leave a message. Only love. Thank you so much, Kristen. Show some love to Kristen down below. As well as Carolina. Appreciate you for the $20 over on PayPal as well. Carolina with the 20 bucks says, hey, Dean, I love you. Thank you. Dude, love you. All the love to you as well, Carolina. Thank you for the 20 bucks. Show some love to Carolina down below. And then Abby, 20 minutes ago with the 15 bucks on PayPal saying much love from Ireland. Much love to Ireland. Thank you for your kindness. And let's see here. Allie with a $1 on Venmo and Caroline with the 5. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, I think he really supports the LGBTQIA, and I
Is this a
really
troll?
appreciate that. No. I think he's done a lot of good for the LGBTQ.
Okay. All right. BTQ. LGB and Q. That's what we're going to start with first. Okay.
Okay.
He has significantly hurt the LGB and Q by upholding Christian fundamentalism, running on putting God back in the government, emboldening states like Oklahoma to put the Bible back in school, which has led to a very sharp increase in homophobia and has now materialized in an official recommendation to the Supreme Court to overturn gay marriage on the federal level. Now, the T. I think that one's very obvious. he has launched an attack on the rights of trans Americans since his very first day in office, starting out with banning their ability to serve in the American military and going until last week when he made an official recommendation to the Justice Department to attempt to find a way to take their right to own a gun away, leading to the NRA, which is a far-right gun organization, to be vocally outspoken against the Trump administration, as said is blatantly unconstitutional.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not so much the trans. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I say that here?
Say T
Um,
people.
T people, but I actually think he's really helped. I mean, talking to my boyfriend, he's actually helped him a lot. He is the Speaker of the House. And
We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's get that next guest up here. Hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump. He's talking about Mike Johnson. Everyone, just give us a minute here. Hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump. We got Andrew loading up into the live right now. For the 11.8 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, just make sure they were double tapping away on that phone screen. Here we go, folks. All right, we got Andrew connecting right now. Okay, yeah, that guy was a troll. Andrew's not loaded in. If you're watching and you want to come up here and debate us on why you support Trump, go ahead and hop in that queue for me. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that chat. Right now, we're just looking for any and all Trump supporters, and they are hiding very, very, very scaredly. Hello, Immunity R1. Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, quite frankly. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
March 12, 2007.
Do you consider yourself to be a patriot?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Do patriots support core American values like the
hold up.
Constitution?
Can I tell you something real quick?
No, I want you to answer my question, please.
I mean, part of a debate, how it works is we both answer each other's questions. So,
Yeah, I know. You feel
do you
free to
vape?
ask. Feel free to ask me questions after you finish answering mine.
Do you vape?
No,
Liar.
not a lie.
How you about to lie in front of 11,000 people?
It's an anxiety pin.
It's not. It's
Yes, it
it's a
is.
nicotine disposable device.
No, it's not.
It definitely is, buddy.
No, it's not.
It most definitely is, buddy.
No, it's not.
Listen, you might be able to fool your liberal viewers, but you can't fool me. Like, I know a vape when I see it.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
It's an anxiety pin.
An anxiety pen, bro. You sound like
Yep.
a sissy, bro. Just say it's a vape. Man up, bro.
So you're trying to tell me that I'm a sissy for attempting to cope and deal with my anxiety in a productive,
Yes.
healthy manner with lavender and caramel. Grow up.
So to deal with your anxiety, you put chemicals in your lungs. Go see a therapist.
Oh,
bro.
guess
What's
what?
up, bro?
Lavender and caramel aren't chemicals; they're natural herbs.
I guarantee you there is chemicals, whether that's a vape pen or an anxiety pen. I guarantee
You've
you
obviously
are
never been outside. You've obviously never been outside. When I go outside, I see lavender
Hey, buddy.
growing. Okay,
Hey,
it
buddy.
grows. It's a
You
natural
could lie
herb.
in front of your
It's a
12,000
natural
viewers,
herb,
but
buddy.
you
It's
can't
not a
lie to
chemical,
me.
buddy. It's not a
You can't
chemical,
lie to
buddy.
me. You
I'm
cannot
not
lie
lying to you.
me.
Lavender is not a chemical, buddy. It's a natural herb.
Nah, you are smoking a nicotine.
Wait, are you
device.
trying to argue that natural herbs are chemicals? Is that really your position? Natural herbs are chemicals? Buddy, you've never been outside. You've never been outside. You've never seen lavender grown in the wild before. Yeah, that's what I use to help my anxiety. Natural herbs. Okay? Grow up, kid. Grow up. It's time for you to grow up. Okay? It's natural herbs. Grow up. All right, we had to kick him. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We'll get you up here. We are now 36 minutes into the stream. I love fucking around about that. It's pretty funny. All right. Let's go ahead and see who's next. We got Real Section 734 connecting to the stream right now. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in that pin message over on YouTube. But let's go ahead and get that next guest up here literally right now. Guys, the Trump supporters are scared. Right now we have what am I talking about? We have 13.3 thousand people watching the stream on TikTok. And out of the 13.3 thousand people, okay, I cannot find one person that supports Trump as president to come up here and debate, quite fucking frankly. All right, what is up? Do you support Trump, Choppy?
Hello?
Hi, are you MAGA?
Well, I'm English.
Banned! Moving on to the next guest. We're banning everyone that breaks the rules, okay? Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that comment section if you are like actually MAGA and you like actually want to debate. Okay, there's so many like trolls in the queue, all right? We're just looking for the actual conversations. And let me tell you right now, MAGA is just running scared. Okay, they're so scared. Okay, the skate cowboy, he loaded up, but then he left. He's terrified. Moving on to our next guest, guys. Let's see. Don, I sent you an invite. Love to have you up. What is up, ITA? Do you support Trump?
Hi.
Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, Don. Don, you're MAGA, right?
Yes.
Okay, you know what? ITA, I'm going to talk to you later. Don, welcome in. Okay, so you told us that, I saw your chat. You said that you're 50 years old. You support Trump. Boy, why do you, in my mind, support the worst president of your 50 years of life, Don?
Well, I don't think he's the worst president of my 50 plus years life. So why I support him is, I mean, I can't give you like debate tips and stuff like that. I'm a pharmacist and I do know about your anxiety pen, and it is just herbs and it's lavender and chamomile,
Right.
and I'm all for it. So that's it. But that's a whole nother point. But, basically, you can nitpick these things, but I'm just saying in general, I support him for the policies that align more for my life and my family's life and for America in general.
Okay, like which ones?
It's not like it's just a general, I mean, it's almost like a Lord of the Flies thing. I mean, like, do I want to be in, and I don't want to make you mad because I've been listening to you. But I feel like it's almost, I don't know if you ever read the book, Lord of the Flies or something. And there's the civil, and then there's the absolute savages or whatever. And uncivilized, I'll say that. And I just feel like now if it was like a JFK Democrat, that would be it. But this is like super like gone off the edge type thing.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In that book, Lord of the Flies, the quote-unquote absolute savages, what did they do in the book to deserve that title of savages?
Okay. See, this is where you pinpoint on something. Okay.
I promise. I'm gonna take this somewhere.
Okay. I know you. I know. And I mean, I know that you're good at being able to circle around to something. But I mean, I helped my daughter in college, and that's the last time I read it. And before that, I read it like in high school, which was a long time ago. And so what I would summarize that book as is when civilization
well,
or whatever goes away, you got your law, and you got your lawlessness.
I would just really appreciate trying to stay in that question that I asked you, right? The quote unquote savages in this book. I'm asking you, like, what do they do to deserve that title, right? Because, like, from my perspective, maybe in that book, they murdered people, they raped people, they hurt people, right? Are like these things that may make someone deserve the title of a savage?
Well, I didn't stop and process it, what exact word I was looking for, but lawlessness, it's uncivilized, so savage is, I did use that. And for those reasons.
Well, the reason why I'm asking you these questions that, like, I'm sorry, it doesn't seem like you could answer them, is because, like, these things apply to Trump. As we were talking about the last guest, a court determined he raped a woman. He hurts people every day. He took health care away from 10 million people when 40,000 to 60,000 Americans die per year via lack of access to health care. Now he's trying to increase the premiums for everyone else on Medicaid by 75%. He took food stamps away from 3 million low-income families that rely on them to not go hungry, right? And I mean, that's just scratching the surface. So I'm not really sure what your point was in attempting to tell us all why you support Trump. You brought up this book and you made a distinction between good people and, like, quote unquote savages, like in the book. I don't remember the book. I don't remember how those words were used or whatnot. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump is definitely not one of the good people. So why would you support him as president?
Okay, so I don't hardly remember the book either, but that was just the general thing. But to answer your question about a whole thing, all those things you just said, um, I support Trump because, like I said, I want more. Uh, if you want to just talk something that's maybe sounds super greedy or whatever, my 401k has gone up. I when the last administration, and I will tell you, like, there's been administrations where I have been willing to say, hey, I was wrong, or hey, I appreciate him for that. And that would be like back with Clinton, because Clinton put into law.
One second. Before we talk about Clinton, I want to identify the reasons why you support Trump. You've been up here with us for like maybe 5 minutes now, and I just feel like we haven't identified any reasons. Can you be clear and succinct with us? Why do you think Trump is a good president?
Okay, first of all, okay. I will say this. Give me just a little break because I've gone through chemo. I have chemo brain, but I can just say, just from like basic things, like I know you're about the whole soul securing the border.
Is she still with us? Hello? She cut out there. Securing the border. I feel like I'm going crazy talking about the border. I feel like that's been like the one thing everyone has been talking to me about for the last like 2 days straight.
Well, I could talk about other stuff besides the border.
No, it's just whatever. Just identify, like, okay, so you support Trump because you think he's securing the border. What else?
His administration's values are closest to what my values are for.
Okay. What specific values?
Law and order.
No. The 34 count felon that pardoned violent offenders that attempted to kill cops on January 6th and last night ordered the military to arrest people for burning the American flag when the military cannot legally make arrests, and burning the American flag is constitutionally protected, does not uphold law and order.
I don't think it was for burning the flag. I think it was for the violence, because they were just acting crazy, and these little reporters were like scared for their life, and so I think it was more for safety than it was.
Okay, well, even if that's the case, it'd still be lawlessness because, like I said, the military cannot legally act as law enforcement agencies unless the insurrection clause of the 14th Amendment is invoked. But it was for burning the American flag. He passed an executive order a month ago attempting to get it done, right? He tried to ban the burning of the American flag, even though that's constitutionally protected. And last night, that was his specific directive.
Okay, well, from what I saw, it looked like it was almost like riot-like, and that's.
I haven't seen any riots. I've seen about 1 billion videos on my For You page of police officers like macing like peaceful protesters in the face, though.
Well, I do think there's a issue with the For You page because it knows like what our interests or what aligns or whatever. And see, I probably see like different than what you see because of the.
Right. Well, can you still just like respond to my point though, right? Like obviously, like he doesn't value law and order, or else like he wouldn't be a criminal himself. Obviously, he doesn't value law and order, or else he wouldn't have pardoned violent offenders himself. Obviously, he doesn't value law and order, or else he wouldn't be giving illegal and unconstitutional directives to our military. Like that's my point.
I don't think he's a criminal.
Yeah, well, I mean, so felons are criminals. He was found guilty of 34 felonies. Therefore, he is a criminal per like colloquial usage. That's just how he used the term.
Oh, I just don't believe he's a criminal, and so I think that stuff was if he was.
Can we agree that if he was found guilty of like a felony, then he would be a criminal?
I have to be careful with your questions because,
Well, I mean, like, what's a criminal?
Well, if he was a criminal, he wouldn't be president. I mean, there's things like impeachment and.
So you wouldn't support him as president if he was a criminal?
With the selection we had, yes, I would support him.
Okay, well, that's another issue on its own. We'll talk about that after we could figure out what you think a criminal is. What's a criminal?
I mean, can we just talk in general instead of these pinpoint things where
Yeah,
you come back?
what's like a general definition of a criminal?
Uh, like someone who's been found guilty in a court of law for a crime.
This is from Fox News.
What criminal trial was it?
Yeah, it was for 34 felonies.
Of what? I mean,
I'll actually.
about his taxes or something?
It was falsification of business records in the first degree. Here's actually the jury verdict form finding him guilty in the first 12 counts. I could pull up page 2 and 3 where you could see.
No, I'm not. Yeah, that stuff. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So he was found guilty on that.
Right, making him a criminal under your definition.
Well, I guess there's different. Oh my gosh, you're making my mouth dry. Hold on.
Okay, just keep in mind this is using your definition. Using your definition of what a criminal is. Trump is a criminal. And while you're thinking about that, I'm going to thank a couple people.
No, he's okay. Go ahead and thank your people. Go ahead.
Rebecca, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Rebecca says, "Hey, Dean, I watch your lives every day, and you were literally like my biggest inspiration." That's awesome. Rebecca goes on to say, "I'm currently debating a Trump supporter at my school right now and low-key studying from your lives. Thank you for what you do." Rebecca kicked their ass. Appreciate you for the $10, and I'm really happy that you enjoyed the streams. As well as Lynette, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Please show some love to Lynette down below. Let's get 200 Lynette W's. Lynette says, "Keep up the great work, Dean. You're doing amazing." Thank you so much. As well as Alec. Oh my God. Alec, 12 minutes ago with the $75 donation on Venmo. Alec, thank you so much. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is so fucking generous. That is a lot of money, man. Alec with the $75 says, "Get pushed." Alec, I really appreciate you for the love. Please, 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 please show some love to Alec. That is ALEC down below in that chat. As well as Lee with a $15 saying, "Glad to be here with you, Dean." Good to see you, Lee. Welcome back. You're here very frequently. Thank you for the $15. As well as Dylan, thank you for the $26 on PayPal. Thank you, Dylan. Carolina, thank you for the $10. And Jacob with the $20. Jacob says, "Dean, I'm sorry that I trolled with a Mike Johnson bit." I appreciate you for the $20, Jacob. Show some love to Jacob, Carolina, and Dylan down below in that chat.
Okay, we good?
Yeah, no, we could go back. So here's where we were at. I asked you to define criminal. You said somebody that's found guilty for crimes in a criminal court. I then gave you a headline from Fox News saying Trump has been found guilty of crimes in a criminal court. And then I even showed you the jury verdict form for what the crimes were. And at this point, the very logical conclusion would be, according to your definition of what a criminal is, Donald Trump is a criminal.
Not in the sense that I was talking about. I mean, don't get me wrong. You are like, you're precious. You're smart, and your little face is just precious. And I enjoy listening to you. But I wish I could get my point across without being like, "Oh, you're so dumb" or whatever. I'm just like, it's like common sense. Not, I'm gonna take that and. But
it's okay. You could be mean if you want. I could take it.
No, I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. Like, I guess, like I couldn't. I was very disheartened. Talking about like just good and like just generally. And there's a lot of good people who are Democrats, but like the people that were celebrating the death of someone because they didn't agree with them, and you didn't do that, but
did you like Charlie Kirk?
I didn't, I'm older than him, so I didn't like come across him about that much.
If you truly condemn
he was a father.
If you truly,
he was a father.
All that I'm saying is, if you truly condemn the celebration of death, then you should also condemn him for celebrating the attempted murder of Nancy Pelosi's husband. Somebody broke into Nancy Pelosi's house to kidnap her. She wasn't there, but her husband was. So instead, they attacked her husband with a hammer, and they broke his skull with a hammer. And then, of course, that person was picked up and he was taken to jail. And then, while in jail, Charlie Kirk on the Charlie Kirk show went on air and said a true American patriot should go and bail him out. Right? I would classify that as the celebration of what he did. So if you
Well, I don't,
truly
yes.
condemn the celebration of death, I think that you should condemn Charlie Kirk too. Is that something you do? I mean, that's common sense. You were just talking about that, right?
Okay, so I said that I don't understand like celebrating anyone's death, and so if Charlie Kirk said something about Nancy Pelosi's husband, that's not the same as him celebrating his death. I mean, we're talking about human stuff. Like,
Celebrated, wanted to reward his attempted murder. I'd say that's pretty cynical.
yeah, but I wouldn't. That
Oh, I think we lost her. Royd, thank you so much for the 200 SEK over on Super Chat. I don't know what currency that is, but I appreciate that, Royd. Royd says, wow, I'm just blown away. Here in Sweden, we are concerned. Keep it up, Dean. Thank you, Royd. Well, hey, listen, Don, is there any other reasons that you support Trump that you'd like to go over with me today, or should I move on to our next guest?
you should probably move on to the next guest, but I appreciate you being easy, not easy with me, but like respecting and I don't have it together as far as a debate. So thank you for that.
Well, you have a good one, Don. What's up, Sir Spooky? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes and no.
Yes
But
and
if
no.
you were
Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, who do you vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's fine. So let me ask you a question. Are you a patriot?
Yes, yeah, I'd say yeah. I'd support our country, yeah.
Okay. Because you're a patriot, do you support core American values like the Constitution?
I do.
Okay, if you support the Constitution, if we had like a Democratic president like Biden run on like, I don't know, abolishing parts of the Constitution, and he said that I promise I'm going to violate like 1 billion amendments, do you think that'd be a reasonable red line that you'd hold against him, meaning that you'd never support him for that reason?
I would agree with that. Yeah, I guess I could agree.
So then why do you still support Trump as president, considering the fact that he's violated the First Amendment 4 times in the last 8 months, called for termination of the Second Amendment by directing his Justice Department to attempt to find a way to ban gun ownership for trans Americans, infringed on the 14th Amendment, called for a termination of the 22nd Amendment, then in December of 2022 said that he'd be okay with the abolition of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Okay. So I get where you're coming from. So the reason why I would have voted for Trump for when Kamala and him ran is the first time he got elected, right? So like I'm talking about way back when I was like in high school. So when he got into office, the reason why I was like, okay, it's a different party, so I'm like, let's run it. So when he did, I was like, I saw things like gas prices went down immediately, this, that. We all got thrown like these images in front of our faces, like, oh, he's painting a picture for us, right? So when Biden ran for the past few years, things weren't that great. Gas prices are crazy. You go into certain stores and prices on groceries are crazy. So I was like, maybe a businessman would be a better option, right? But the reason why I say no is because I do watch you. I do follow you a lot, right? And you have hit a lot of points. Now, the thing is, I want to ask you something about these points you're always throwing around, right? This is why I say yes and no. Okay, this is why I am a supporter and not so much a supporter. Let me ask you something first. The one thing I'm going to ask you is, what is the big, beautiful bill? Like, explain that to me, because I am 24. I am a hardworking person. I do work a lot of overtime, which is kind of what drawed a lot of people into agreeing with this. But I want you to explain to me, is that a good thing he's doing or a bad thing? You tell me.
The Big Beautiful Bill is one of the worst pieces of legislation in modern American history. Not only is it the most expensive bill in American history at $4.5 trillion, but it's also one of the most harmful in the sense that according to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, it's going to be reducing the purchasing power of over 150 million Americans, taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich, while also taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans.
Okay, see, I didn't understand all that because, like, when they were presenting it, they weren't very clear on those things because it seems like it's painting a beautiful picture for us, but it's really not.
Wow.
But the reason why I support Trump in this last running, here's why, is because beforehand. Go ahead. My bad.
You told us that you support Trump because the gas prices under his first admin were low and the gas prices under Biden were higher, right?
Yeah, correct. That's one of the big things. But I'm not saying that's exactly why, but I'm just saying
the main point. Okay, main point. Go ahead.
My bad.
No, go ahead.
The main point is that when he got into office, things started to change immediately for us. That makes sense. Like you could see changes immediately, and then they were in a positive way. So someone that's like in my age range, most of us are in our age range. So like we're like still trying to understand what the politics are going on. So that's why I'm kind of yes and no on the fence. You get what I'm saying? So
question: what positive changes have we seen in this country in the last 8 months?
So the question I want to ask you to rebuttal that
You
is
know, I
that
would like an answer.
what positive changes did you see when Biden was running? I just want to know. Go ahead, hit me with them. When Biden was president, what big positive changes did you see immediately when he got in office? I just want to know. I'm being curious.
So, I mean, positive changes that I saw under his administration as a whole was the quickest rebound from the negative economic implications and inflation onset by the pandemic.
Okay.
Because of their leadership and policy like the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, PACT Act, CHIPS and Science Act, and so on, we were able to successfully rebound our economy from the pandemic better than any other country in the G7. So I actually can, like, you know, qualify very specific ways that the Biden-Harris administration served this country well. And now I'm going to ask you to do the same exact thing for Trump. You told us that you saw immediate positive changes the first day he was in office in his second administration.
First administration. My bad. I said when I was in high school. Remember when he first ran?
Oh, so not the second administration?
Not the second administration.
Things have only gotten worse in the last 8 months. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your favorite thing that Trump did in his first admin?
Say it one more time. Sorry.
What's your favorite thing that Donald Trump did in his first administration?
I would say, I mean, the cost of living wasn't crazy.
Okay.
And
Well,
honestly,
I'm not asking you about what was true of the country. I'm asking you what was true of what Donald Trump did. So what did Donald Trump do to keep the cost of living low?
so he did open the pipeline, which made a lot of Americans happy. A lot.
What
So I
pipeline?
would say that the pipeline that goes. I actually don't know. That's what everybody was posting about on social media. I was like 17 at the time, so be aware of that. But my thing is,
Okay,
I would say.
So I don't know. Let's try to talk about the pipeline. So you're saying like you don't know what pipeline, but are you just saying that you drilled a lot of oil?
Yeah, I would agree. I guess.
Yeah. Would you be
Sure.
shocked to learn that the Biden-Harris administration drilled more, according to the Energy Information Administration?
Okay, can you explain to me why gas prices didn't change?
Of course, it's because oil is not a domestic market; they're a global market, and there was a reduction in the global supply because of our sanctions and the EU sanctions on Russia for their invasion of Ukraine. Plus, OPEC in the Middle East have reduced their output by 10%. Right, but this
Okay.
doesn't change the fact that you just told me why you support Trump today is because you think he was good for Julian in his first administration. Well, the Biden-Harris administration was objectively better. Okay, the most oil we ever had produced in America in any given month under Donald Trump's first admin was at 12.9 thousand barrels of oil per day in December of 2019. We produced more than that for a year and a half straight from January of 2023 until the end of the administration under Biden and Harris. And once again, that's all according to the Energy Administration. Oh my God, I can't speak. The EIA, the Energy Information Administration, and you could find these statistics by going on Google, type it in EIA.gov, U.S. crude production of oil.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I do want to ask you something. So you do boast about all the things why you don't like Trump, and I've watched all your videos on it, right? Can you just explain to me where you're finding these sources? Like you did show up the one where he's found guilty for all those charges when you were talking to Dawn. But I want to know about everything else, like all the ones pretty much all the ones you're showing that like this guy is so terrible.
Well, it
this is
depends
why.
on the claim. I have a different source for every claim I make.
So like when you're talking about raping people, I want to see factual proof of that. And I'm only
NewYorkCourts.gov, right?
Yeah.
So NewYorkCourts.gov, you could find the jury verdict form where all 9 jurors unanimously held him liable for the violent sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll. And you could even read the transcript in the court documents where the judge clarified that, yes, this is rape. But of course, you also have media outlets that reported on that headline. If you go on Google and you type in AP Donald Trump, judge clarifies Trump did rape E. Jean Carroll, you can go read that article for yourself. So those are my sources.
All right, now let me ask you something. Why do you support the Biden-Harris administration?
The question is, why did I? Because I thought that they were good for this country.
Why is that?
For many reasons.
Go ahead and just give me a few. Give me like five strong ones. That would make our country better and benefit the people of the U.S.
Yeah, just real quick. Before I give you the 5 reasons why I like the Biden-Harris administration, can you read the sentence?
How do you still support Trump? Well, that's why I said at the beginning, yes and no. I'm on the fence.
Right. So I mean, it looks like we're really shifting topics here. How about this?
But I kind of want to know why should I support Kamala and the Biden administration? Why should I?
If I give you 5 strong, compelling reasons why the Biden-Harris administration was good, can you give me 5 strong, compelling reasons why Donald Trump is a good president?
Potentially.
Not potentially. I want to know if I'm going to put in work on one end, you got to put work on the other end. How about let's actually go one at a time? So I'm going to give you one really compelling reason why they were good, and then you give me one really compelling reason why Trump is good. We're going to like switch on and off. I'll start, okay? The Biden-Harris administration was awesome because they passed the PACT Act, which was an $800 million investment into the expansion of VA healthcare benefits, which allowed over 1 million veterans that were not covered by the VA to be covered by the VA. that was really good for our veterans. And that's one really good, compelling reason why they were an awesome administration. Your turn. What is one really
All right.
compelling reason to believe that Trump's a good president?
I will say the tariffs are kind of beneficial, but they're not. The reason why they are
That's a
beneficial is
contradiction.
because okay, but the thing is, we are getting ourselves out of debt using those tariffs. But things are harder to get goods and service. But it will make us as a country work internally with manufacturers to produce more from our own. So that would save us money in the long run. So we're not paying another country like, hey, we're gonna need your goods and services. So yeah, go ahead and charge us for this, blah blah blah. When we have farmers, we have everything else that we could need. But the thing is, I would say that would be a positive, I guess you would say, but it's also a negative. But
So to
hey,
condense,
that's all I got.
To condense your point down, you're telling us that one really compelling reason to support Trump is because he's getting us out of debt, and your evidence would be his tariffs, right?
Yeah, that's what's being thrown around. So yeah.
In the last 8 months, Donald Trump has put us $5 trillion more into debt. Keep in mind that over the 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, they only added $4.2 trillion, including COVID-related expenditure.
Okay, valid.
So that point's invalid.
All right, well, hey, man, what's your next one? Number 2.
Okay, number 2. They passed the Chips and Science Act that subsidized American chip producers by $35 billion to bump our supply of chips on the global stage from below 1% to close to 30 in 6 years. We already see new chip facilities opening up in Arizona, Idaho, Michigan, so on and so forth. And you have the Biden-Harris administration to thank for that. Plus, the reciprocal effects of subsidizing these important industries was a better investors economy, was a better investors market, into American manufacturing, which led to the largest surge in investment in American manufacturing in modern American history.
Oh, okay, that's valid.
So your turn. What's another big pro about Trump?
I don't have one, dude. I literally just wanted to get your opinion on that. That's all.
Okay, so you don't have any other big pros of Trump. There's a lot of cons to him.
So I'm be real with you. I'm really not that big of a fan of So I just wanted to lay my political mindset down on you. So just most people in my generation, most among my friends and stuff, how we see the government is we didn't really care who sits in the chair up there because we just care as long as they're. Yeah, I know. I hear that a lot, especially from the older folks. But the thing is, it's we only care if they're just going to make the country better. But they don't really I wish they would teach politics better in school because in high school and stuff they really don't. They just teach you the history of it, and you're just when we get thrown out there in the real world, it's
well, you should care who's sitting in the Oval Office because if they're making the country worse, then you wouldn't want to support them.
Yeah, but now that we've seen that, it can get bad, from both sides. But the thing is, if I had to pick a side,
keep in mind, you haven't even been able to give anything bad that the Biden-Harris administration did. You just try to weasel in that both sides part. But of course, I do think that neither side is perfect, and there's a lot about the Dems that I disagree with. But I obviously think that Trump is the worst president that we've had serve our country in modern American history. While you failed to come up with cons about people like Biden or Harris, I could go on about the cons about Trump all day long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
All right. So is there anything else you want to talk about for why you support Trump?
No, man. I appreciate the time, though, and a good debate.
Yep, you take care. Let's go to get that next guest up here. Hop in that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, we're going to get you pulled up in here. I don't want to talk to anybody but American adults that support Trump. So if you are not American, if you're not an adult, and if you don't support Trump, hop out of that queue for me, folks. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. As well as Theta, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, Theta. That is so incredibly kind of you. Theta with the $20 says, so appreciate what you do. Thank you so much, Theta. As well as Shelby, thank you for the $5. Saying treats for Moma, thank you so much. As well as Angel, thank you for the $5. Condra, thank you so much for the $10. And Nate, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Nate, that is so fucking kind of you. Nate with the 50 big one says, enjoying the debates, pharmacists against Trump. Dude, hell yeah, Nate. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. Let's get 500 Nate W's down below in that box. And welcome in. What is up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Levin?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
I am.
Okay. All right. I see your bio there. It says that you're 20 years old. Is that accurate?
It is. 2005.
Great. Well, let's hop into our conversation. Before we do, I have a handful of others to thank. Martin and Ashley, I appreciate you both for the $5 and the $7 over on PayPal. Show some love to Martin and Ashley, folks. As well as Eddie, thank you for the 20 big ones over on PayPal. Thank you for the $20, Eddie. Eddie says, thank you for everything that you do, trying to use your points to help my lesbian Trump supporter aunt, and it is not working, but I'm going to keep on trying. Keep in mind, there's a lot of people that are just unwilling to change their mind regardless of what the facts are. So I wouldn't say it's definitely your fault. As well as Gabby, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, and Mike and Mickey, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you so much, Gabby and Mickey. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I think lately, definitely the Border Patrol, and I'd say definitely on the efficiency push, getting less in the government. Like,
Oh, okay. All right. So Border Patrol. What about Border Patrol? Have you been lately a big fan of?
I definitely agree with keeping non-Americans out of the country.
You want to stop
Immigration.
tourism?
I mean, no, but
I know you just said that you want to keep non-Americans out of the country.
when there's a lot of illegals coming in and a lot of money coming in and out of this place a lot because of, the illegals.
So you just said that there's a lot of money coming into America because of undocumented immigration?
It's more money going out, I guess.
Where's the money going?
Like I'm talking about like cartels.
Cartels, for the most part, work with citizens if they want to bring DRUGS into the country. According to Homeland Security, which is, of course, the agency that you were just boasting about having such a great affinity for, 80% of individuals that bring DRUGS into this country over the southern border are citizens. So having a conversation about undocumented immigrants and ties/links to cartels is kind of just like a Republican talking point. It's not something that really occurs all too much because, like I said, they work with citizens. No, come back. Don't leave. Pookie. There you are. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can. Take it away, man. Oh, I can't hear you now. You either muted yourself or left the app. Listen, I'm trying to find a way to make this work, my friend. What's going on? Oh, you're back. Okay, you're back. Okay, don't go anywhere. Don't leave the app. Don't leave TikTok.
I didn't even do anything.
Okay, just take it away. All right. So you're telling us about the undocumented immigrants, the cartels, the money, the border patrol. No one was following your point. So try to make it again, but more clear this time so I can attempt to follow it better this time around.
Okay, border security.
Okay. And what has Donald Trump done with the use of good, effective policy to increase border security?
Stricter border control.
How so? Like what has he literally done in the last 8 months? Policy, executive orders, what has he done?
Tougher enforcement.
I mean, like, that's a word. I'm talking about, like, what has he done? Can you point towards any actions of Trump's?
Yeah, he's increased the border control.
How so? Through what mechanism? How much?
ICE.
ICE is not border patrol. The ICE agents work under Homeland Security to manage deportations.
I've just seen a lot of jobs popping up for border control jobs.
You've seen jobs popping up for ICE.
Border patrol.
You've seen jobs popping up for ICE. That's what they've been advertising. They handle deportations.
Yeah, a lot of ICE too. But I've also seen.
Thank you so much.
Like, I got a buddy that I work with, and his dad is part of border patrol, border security.
Okay. And because remember, the question I'm asking you here is like, what has Donald Trump done to make our borders better? And you said he's made them more secure by doing what? Like, what has he done? What did he order more agents to be hired? Did he order like more protection on the southern border? Like, what did he do?
He's put out a lot more jobs, and a lot more people have been hired to that specific job.
For border patrol. Okay. So could you point me towards any evidence that what you're saying right now is true?
I mean, yeah, if I could go back and go read you what was posted.
Yeah, like what order or directive did Donald Trump release to hire more agents to keep our border more secure? Was it an executive order? Was it a memorandum? Was it just, like a request of Homeland Security? Like, where can we see the facts?
I think it was more of a request.
Okay, where can we see this?
Oh, I read a whole thing about it. I forgot what it was on.
Okay. And we're going to take that point, we're going to crumple it up into a ball and throw it out the window because I'm not going to let my head spin because you can't give me sources. Are there any other reasons that you can substantiate insofar as why Trump is a good president?
What do you think about the reducing the size of government? Like,
Oh, well, I know that's something that Trump isn't doing. I didn't know that advocating for literal tyranny and dictatorship by, I don't know, Donald Trump telling us from the Oval Office that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media was reducing the size of our government. I think that's the tyranny that the Constitution was talking about. Like, how is having some, like, grown man-child swinging his fist down, infringing on the First Amendment, saying that it's illegal to criticize him in the media, it's illegal to burn the flag, we're now going to sue Jimmy Kimmel because Jimmy Kimmel said something I didn't like, and it's also illegal to boycott and protest companies like Tesla. Like, those are all, like, things that are protected by the First Amendment that he's now infringing on. Right? So obviously that wouldn't be advocating for a smaller government. That'd be advocating for an authoritarian government, which would be larger in virtue of said facts.
Sue Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah, you threatened to sue Jimmy Kimmel if Disney and ABC let him back on air.
Oh, I didn't even hear about that.
Right. So he's like, so would you say that having an authoritarian regime over a constitutional republic is a smaller government?
There's a lot of things that I dislike.
Okay, but you're not answering my question. Which one is smaller? A functioning democracy or an authoritarian regime?
Yeah, definitely it's a lot smaller getting mad over something someone said.
Okay, what? What's a smaller government? A functioning democracy or an authoritarian regime?
Authoritarian regime.
Okay, and I think that Donald Trump is working us closer to an authoritarian regime for the reasons that I've already given you and more, not to mention that on the fiscal side of things, he definitely doesn't advocate for a smaller government by doing things such as passing the most expensive bill in American history at $4.5 trillion, that bill being the big beautiful bill. Not to mention that he's having the secret police, ICE, take naked children out of their house and throw them in the backs of vans. That is not a small government at all, right? So I don't really think that Donald Trump is actively working towards a smaller government. And simply what I'd ask out of you as well, how can you, respond? Can you respond to the set of facts that I just gave you surrounding why I think that he's working more towards an authoritarian regime, which would be a larger government? And then after you finish doing that, can you please give an argument to demonstrate that he's actively working towards a smaller government?
Seems like you're asking more people questions than people can ask you questions.
Okay, I just want to ask me a quick question, make yourself feel better. We have time.
No, I just had a quick question about like a little bit about the past. About all all the rioting and everything that went around.
Okay, well this seems just like totally off topic. So I will ask you. I will ask you to respond to the set of facts that I just gave you to definitively prove that he's working us towards a larger, more tyrannical government. And the reason I want you to respond to said set of facts is because you told us you support Trump because you think he's working us towards a smaller government.
I mean, is he not?
Yeah, he's not, and I just gave you about 1 billion reasons why. I just gave you so many reasons why. I walked you through it. I was like, what is larger, an authoritarian regime or like a functioning democracy? You said authoritarian regime, and then I gave you like the very specific facts to show you that he's walking us closer to proxy of an authoritarian regime via his attacks on free speech, his attacks on the Constitution, and then I even gave you a different perspective from a fiscal side of things of how he's passing the most expensive policy in American history. Yeah, I gave you a really good argument to prove that not only is he not walking us towards a smaller government, he's actively making the government larger and more tyrannical. Can you please respond to those facts?
It's kind of hard to respond to those facts because, I mean, one, I'm a Trump supporter, not under a whole lot of education, but more of, I see you smiling, more of like I'm trying to think of my words. Oh, I lost my train of thought.
Oh no. So I'll help you. You lost your train of thought. That's funny. Well, what you said right before you lost your train of thought mid-sentence is that you're a Trump supporter not because of education, but rather because of something else. but then you lost your train of thought before you told us what that something else was.
It's more of kind of like my whole family supports one thing, and so I was kind of grown to support that, not really educating myself on anything.
That's the first step, my friend, is recognizing that education is important. If I were you, I'd turn around and try to seek an education about American politics, find the facts and determine what's right and wrong. But we're going to move on to the next guest. We got Donnie's the best loading up into the queue, guys. If you want to support me for, for what we're doing here, you can find my Venmo and my link and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio, folks. What's up, Donnie? Do you support Trump?
I didn't even know I didn't.
No worries, man. You sound young, so I do got to kick you out. Hey, Loretta, thank you for the 10 euros over on Super Chat, saying one last thing. In Scotland, we would say that, quote unquote, Trump's bum is out the window, saying then this means that he is talking utter nonsense. Yeah. Well, let me tell you, Loretta, Donald Trump is always talking utter nonsense. Actually, I have a funny story to share with you guys while we're looking for this next Trump supporter. So he gave that rambling speech to all of his lead generals maybe a week ago from the Pentagon where he declared war on America. And we are now learning that those generals were literally unable to keep notes on his speech because of how incoherent it was. He was rambling utter nonsense. But let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded in here right now. Go ahead and let me know down below in that chat if you happen to be MAGA. We'll happily get you connected to the stream. We're just looking for some debates, folks. Right now I see Richard in my brain. If anybody else wants to hop down below in that comment section to attempt to get up here to have a conversation, would love that. Let's go and get our next guest up here. We got Nicholas connecting to the stream. And while Nicholas is connecting to the stream, I'd like to thank Robert for the $10. I'd like to thank Robert for the $10, saying, I love listening while I chart. As a Mexican/Egyptian home health nurse born to non-citizen parents, I fear going to work every day not knowing if I'll come home. If Trump ends the 14th Amendment, where would I even be deported to? I'm just a blue dot in a sea of red. Listen, Robert, he's not going to be able to infringe on the 14th. He tried and he failed because the federal courts checked him because that was unconstitutional. I appreciate you for the $10. As well as Allison, thank you so much for the $10 over at Venmo. Thank you, Allison. Yeah, let's see here. Once again, Mickey, appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
So basically, before we start this, right, I want to say something. Why do I support a person that literally, forgets about 14th Amendment? Okay, before we start though, I am a dual citizen, so if there's anything wrong with that, is there anything wrong? Because I was born in U.S. on soil, and I have electoral power. Just so you know, it was my birthday yesterday. I'm 19, so.
So where do you live?
I live in country Georgia, but I do live in Pennsylvania with my aunts.
Do you vote? Do you vote in American elections?
Yes, I can vote. Yes, in next election I can. Absolutely.
But the question is, do you?
Yes, I can. Absolutely.
No,
I'm
not
19.
Not can you? Oh, that's right. You just turned 19.
Yes,
meaning that you would have been able to vote.
It was October 3rd.
So did you vote in 2024?
Well, I was about to, but I was in my country, so that's my excuse, anyways. I mean, if you're not gonna.
Well, listen, no, man,
vote.
that's a damn good excuse, right? Dual citizens that
exactly,
were born
because
on
you were in
American
another
soil
country.
that live outside of America.
Yeah.
That's a damn good excuse not to vote. But I'm just simply saying, you're not
Absolutely.
actively engaged in American politics. I don't know if a conversation would be worth it, but we'll see. We'll take it away. Why do you support Trump? We'll see.
So I actually asked Parker about this, and I did not major in economy. I majored in engineering. I want to major in engineering. I love it. But besides the point, he was talking about hyper-specific tariffs on companies who committed child labor, and I think that's a big problem, right? And I love, you represent leftists, right? As I might know. As you might know.
Well, it depends on what you mean by leftist. A lot of people on the right will just define leftist as anybody that's left of center. But I'm not
you condemn child labor.
I'm not the specific definition of what a leftist is. And yeah, I condemn child labor. Now, why do you support Trump?
Absolutely. So what is your solution to Brazil, Argentina, and China, taking advantage of children, basically? So we should tariff those countries.
Can you tell us why you support Trump? I'm pretty sure that this is a little bit off.
Yes, I support Trump because he's tariffing these countries, essentially. And well, Parker's answer was that he said we should do hyper-specific tariffs on companies who do commit child labor. And it was a long time ago, so Parker, I don't think he remembers about this, but my answer was that about his earlier point about hyper-specific tariffs on companies who do commit child labor, that is almost physically impossible.
Didn't he just give $20 billion to Argentina to bail out their economy?
Well, nonetheless, they are in the
like I'm so sorry. Like you're talking about, wanting to do something virtuous about preventing like child exploitation and child labor, which I agree with. But obviously this isn't like what Donald Trump is doing, right? So like he imposed like super high tariffs on China just so he could like whittle them down to get a good trade deal. Guess what our tariffs on China are today? 10%, lower than what they were at points even under the Biden-Harris
Yes, because he was pressured by
so
society.
now what happened? He was pressured by society. So now you're going to bail him out for contradicting your notion of what you think he was wanting to do with his tariffs. No, I don't really think that Donald Trump feels the pressure too much. I mean, why has the pressure from society not preluded to him releasing the Epstein files? Right. So I don't know if that's a good excuse.
Okay,
right?
yes,
And then
I
even about
wanna
other
talk about
countries
that
like
in a second.
Argentina, I actually just looked up what our tariffs are in Argentina. I couldn't find anything. But what I do see here is that he just gave them $20 billion to help clean up their economy and get it booming again. So in other words, he's literally taking my tax dollars and giving them to a country to uphold child exploitation, according to you.
Not
right?
indirectly, because government doesn't directly support it. Matter of fact, I will bring up this statistic that in child labor union, that condemns actively child labor.
Wait.
They are
So
in
if
the
propping up,
chart.
propping up the
No.
Argentinian economy by giving them 20.
India's also in it. It's
One
also
second.
in the union
If
that condemns
propping
child
up,
labor.
if propping up the Argentinian economy is not supporting child labor, then why would attempting to soil the Argentinian economy by imposing tariffs on them diminish child labor?
Well, because, like, again, I'm gonna say this. I don't want to dodge the question. I didn't understand it fully, but what I will say is, it doesn't directly support these companies that do exploit children. I want to finish this, and then you can continue. I'm really sorry. It's almost physically impossible to do hyper-specific tariffs because companies such as
Wait, we're not talking about hyper-specific tariffs here. If you want to have that argument with Parker,
But Parker said this. I
yeah,
want to emphasize
then
this.
go have that argument with Parker, right? Don't have that with me. Have that with Parker.
No, he doesn't want to argue with me. I want to make this point clear, and then we can
Okay,
continue.
well, if he doesn't want to argue with you, well, then I guess you just gotta keep it to yourself. Sucks to suck. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm not Parker. He's not me. All right, you came on my live, so we're gonna talk about the relevant points that I've made and the points that you've made. We're not gonna talk about the points that Parker's made. Okay, these debates are not a game of a months-long telephone where you attempt to continue a conversation that you had with somebody else weeks ago, right?
Okay.
Right, and I
Okay,
feel like
then
that's
we can,
incredibly fair. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask you the question once
It is
again.
fair.
You'll
Yeah.
tell us that you support tariffs on Argentina because it would diminish like the propagation of child labor inside of the country of Argentina. So just simply respond to that by saying, well, once again, Donald Trump just gave their government $20 billion for economic stimulus, and to that you responded that that doesn't uplift child labor. So then how the tariffs diminish child labor?
Well, because it directly diminishes every single company. While yes, it doesn't diminish. I mean, it does diminish every single company,
All right,
including
just
those
like
who
$20,
exploit
just like a
children.
$20 billion insurgent into the Argentine economy would directly
Well, that's also a
help
problem of
every
Argentina.
Argentine
So
company.
yeah, I get it. I get your point.
All right, so are
Absolutely.
you saying that Donald Trump fought to uphold child labor in Argentina because he gave them $20 billion for economic stimulus?
No, he didn't make that statement.
Okay,
So
well,
it's impossible for him to have that motives.
Wait, okay, so he has to make this statement in order for that to be the in order for that to be the reason for him. Oh wait, I'm so sorry.
Well,
Let me-
no,
let
he
me-
gave it to every single company. Not if it was.
Let me
okay,
repeat myself. So you're saying even though, right, the economy of Argentina has child labor in it, according to you, right, and giving them $20 billion would uplift their economy, thereby helping, right, helping the continued exploitation of children in the labor force, right? You don't think that this would negatively reflect on Trump because he didn't say the reason why he gave them the $20 billion was to help the exploitation of children in the labor force. So can you please give me any clear statement by Trump made ever referring to any any of his tariffs on any countries, saying that the reason he's doing it is to diminish the exploitation of children in their labor force?
Absolutely not. But I'm saying this. Absolutely not. Yes, you're right. But I
Okay,
will say
okay. So
this.
therefore, according to your own logic, none of his tariffs, right, are responsible for diminishing child labor in any country globally, because he didn't say that was the reason he was imposing them. The same way you just argued that his $20 billion investment into the Argentinian economy wasn't directly responsible for uplifting child labor, because he didn't directly say that's the reason why he was doing it.
Sorry, repeat it again. I'm sorry.
So you
Couldn't
told
hear
us that he stimulated the Argentinian economy with $20 billion, which helped to uplift child labor exploitation, right? Because it made the economy as a whole better off, right? And then I asked you, do you like blame Trump for that? And you said no, because he never explicitly stated that was the reason why he was giving them $20 billion to begin with. Okay, well, using your same logic, right, you cannot say that Donald Trump is responsible for the condemnation of child labor anywhere in the world due to his imposition of tariffs, due to the fact that imposing any and all of his tariffs, he's never said the reason why he was imposing them was to diminish child labor.
Well, did ever Trump make a statement that he supports child labor?
I don't
No,
think
right?
Donald Trump has ever said that he supports child labor. As
Absolutely.
far as I'm aware, I wouldn't be surprised if he did though.
Okay.
Well, I don't
It's
understand. I don't
a
understand the
recent
relevance of
because
that whatsoever to the
but
argument.
Argentina though has a new government
Can
that
you
is
wait,
fully
wait.
capitalist.
Can you please respond to the argument that I gave you?
To what? That Trump never made a statement that he's condemning like
Bruh,
these
no,
countries
you're
and
lost. You're lost. I'll repeat it. Okay. So you said that him tariffing other countries is good because they have child labor and it diminishes like the
yeah,
exploitation of children in their
absolutely.
economy. So then I responded to that by using your logic. Okay, so therefore, when he stimulates one of the economies of the countries that you were saying exploits children for their labor force, this would mean that he's like upholding child labor. And then you denied that he would be upholding child labor by stimulating the economy of a country with child labor within it because he never said that he was stimulating it to uphold child labor. So then the inverse of that claim would be, well, in order for his tariffs to be diminishing child labor in like global economies, he'd have to say the reason why he's imposing the tariffs is to diminish child labor. I then asked you for any source that he's ever said that ever before when imposing his tariffs, and you said no, meaning that where we're at right now is in accordance with your logic. Donald Trump has never upheld child labor, and Donald Trump has never condemned child labor.
I have to think about that and research it. I mean, I also do debate, so I mean, yeah, I see your point. Can we? Okay. Matter of fact, I agree. Substantially. Like, I'm gonna be intellectually honest and say, well, I agree with you, obviously. So I see your logic there. I would
Okay.
absolutely use that in an argument.
Yeah. Do you have any other reasons
Can
why you
we?
support Trump?
Well, also, I do want to say, while yes, Epstein files are horrid, and Donald Trump should be condemned for this, and well, I've been kind of confused as to why I support this person, even though he condemns. Are you okay?
Yeah, just drop my water everywhere. Go ahead.
It's okay. Anyways, yes. So what I want to say is nobody talks about Bill Clinton. He had more connections with Epstein than Trump.
Yo,
And I don't see
If Bill Clinton's in the files, if he was abusing girls and women, throw him in jail.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Can you say the
I
same
don't
thing
see
about
anybody
Trump?
talking about this as yes, he's a president right now, so that's why there's more emphasis.
Wait. You don't see anybody talking about this?
I mean, no, not as much as Trump.
I'm gonna play you one of my videos.
You'll absolutely agree with me.
I'm gonna go play you my
on this
videos.
because-
Personally directed the FBI to flag and redact his name anywhere they are mentioned inside of them. Another survivor spoke out and said that because the Trump administration is refusing to release the list on their own, they, alongside other victims, are going to create their own confidential list by survivors for survivors, implicating everybody involved or associated with the heinous abuse that they underwent. I'd also like to point out that things that happen to these women are not political, and that we have to be willing to call out anybody involved in these heinous actions, even if they're Democrats. For instance, one of the survivors spoke out about how she was taken to Africa alongside Bill Clinton and other notable figures. Her story, alongside the stories of every other survivor, deserved to be heard and taken seriously, even though Bill was a Democrat.
Yikes.
Okay.
All right, stop trying to paint this
So
narrative
that's
that
not
the Dems are
yikes.
evil.
You made it.
Stop
No,
trying
no, no, no.
to stop
You
trying to
did
paint
say
this.
about it.
Stop trying to paint this narrative that the Dems are evil and just want to attack people on the other side of the aisle and that they're politicizing
Absolutely,
this
I
issue.
am a. I am.
In my mind, I think that this is just merely like a massive like hope and projection from you, right? It is the case that all P3 deals are bad, all child sexual exploitation is bad, and seemingly like the only people in America today that are willing to make this recognition are those on the left, right? We are all willing to condemn Bill Clinton and advocate for him being thrown in jail till the day he dies if he abused any woman or abused any girl. It is, in fact, you and other Trump supporters who are the ones projecting onto Democrats, thinking that we think very similarly to how you guys do, where we uphold the position that we shouldn't care about child exploitation, given that it would be committed by an individual on our sides of the aisle.
Okay. So can I continue?
Yeah.
So I want to say this. Matter of fact, I do think Trump had more association with Epstein, and that's nonetheless, child exploitation, like you said, is absolutely evil. And I want to say, I've kind of been considering even changing my opinions because I've been debating for like years, mostly on theology. I was a debater like you, just not as much popular, mainstream. And I want to say this. I've been watching your streams. It was pretty inspiring. I continue to debate even though I'm an engineer. And I grew up from conservative family. And I'm mostly a humanist. Like, I believe, in humanism. That's my type of world compass and everything. Right? So I've been really... I was changing my mind, honestly. I want to get on your side. And this is like my final, last straw as to why I want to change my mind, Like, what is there for me to, is there anything else you want to say to prove that, change my mind, basically? I'm kind of confused.
Well, if you're just looking for more reason to stop supporting Trump, what I recommend to you is just kind of watching the live. I think that we've kind of fleshed out a conversation between the two of us. But appreciate you for coming up, Nicholas. We're going to move on to that next Trump supporter. Hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA, and we're going to get you up here for a dialogue. Dude, I just spilled this whole cup of ice water all over my ground. Oh, no, that is so bad. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here. We got Caleb connecting. Yo, Rami, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Rami, I really appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get 500 Rami W's down below. Holy shit. Rami with the 50 big ones says Donald Trump gave money to Argentina in exchange to take over, along with Israel, the Patagonia, and all water resources / oil amount others in the Triple Frontier. U.S. troops are already arriving to the country and setting up in three strategic areas. Well, I'm going to have to look into that, Rami. I appreciate you so much for the additional information. And as always, I really appreciate you so much for the $50 donation. Huge shout out to Rami down below in that chat for the $50 and the info. Thank you so much. As well as Scutt, S-C-U-T-T. Thank you for the $20. Saying, can we please talk about the militarization of the U.S. cities as quote-unquote training grounds? I'm tired of these repeated border conflicts. Well, yes, Scott, we actually discussed that at length the day it happened, as well as I posted a video about it. But, I think I'm going to go ahead and bring that up in our next conversation here. I think it's worth going over with somebody the merits of calling Trump an authoritarian, right? So if you're a Trump supporter, hop in that queue. We're going to get you up here. Let's have a discussion. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hey, are you MAGA?
Hello?
Hi, you're here. Do you support Trump?
So, I would have voted for him if I was able to. I turned 18 recently, but I don't necessarily support all of his actions.
Okay, right, but knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back in time to November, would you still vote for Trump?
Probably.
Okay. Real quick, Casey,
So-
thank you for the $3 on PayPal, and Kylie, thank you for the 6. Thank you so much, Casey and Kylie. I'd also like to thank Madeline. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying as somebody majoring in poli-sci at LSU, I really look up to what you're doing here. Thank you so much, Madeline. As well as Lacey, thank you for the $23 over on Venmo. Thank you, Lacey. That is L-A-C-E-E. Thank you so much. Lacey with the $23 says, hey, Dean, I love your lives and the work that you do when it comes to educating those about our government. I admire you as a black woman. Keep doing what you do. All the love in the world to you, Lacey. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for enjoying the streams. Thank you for the kind message. And Thank you for the $23. Show some love to Lacey down below. And then one more here. Victoria, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Victoria specifically asked me to not read their message out loud. So I got you, Victoria. I will not read your message out loud. But thank you so much for the $50. If everyone watching can please show some love to Victoria down below. It'd mean the world to me. Thank you so much. As well as if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Thank you guys so much for all the love. And huge shout out to Victoria. Go ahead and take it away. So why do you support Trump?
All right. Well, so again, I don't necessarily actively support him, but I still would have voted for him during the election.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm actually just gonna move on to the next guest because I want to find somebody that like actively supports him. I feel like there's been like a lot of people that come up here and they're kind of like wishy-washy. They're like, I support him, but I don't support him, but I do support him, but I don't support him, and it's just like led to like very confusing dialogues. If that makes any sense, you know what I mean? I feel like it's just like allowed the goalpost to be drastically shifted. Like, for instance, if they make an argument and I prove it wrong, then they just turn around and they say, well, I mean, I don't support him. And I told you that at the beginning of our conversation. It just kind of makes it messy. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age?
14.
All right. Yeah, man. Got to be at least 18 to be a TikTok live. Get the hell out of here. As well as, folks, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen on TikTok. Right now, we're at 1.7 million likes. Let's try to get to 2. What's up, Matt? Are you MAGA? Matt, hello? Quite frankly, Matt is not here. Goodbye. Moving on to Jackson. Yo, Lore, L-A-U-R, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat, saying keep fighting misinformation and ignorance. Dean, you are making a difference. Thank you, Lore. Show some love to Lore down below. I really appreciate that. What's up, man? You MAGA?
Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry to hear that. How old are you?
18.
18? What year were you born in? Okay, and he's gone. Moving on to the next guest. Wow, guys. All right, looks like we have a bunch of children that want to join the live, but no adults at all. Quite frankly, unfortunate. Yo, Mutant, appreciate you so much for that money gun. Very kind of you. What's up, Sword? You MAGA?
Hello?
Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Can I argue a point like that my mother has tried to...
Unfortunately not, man. We're just looking for people that are MAGA. Guys, I'm going to be holding a red line on that rule, right? So it's like, if you're not following that rule, it's like very binary. If you're not an American adult that's a Trump supporter, you're going to get banned. I just thought I'd make that like very like explicitly clear. What's up, Marcus? Do you support Trump? Marcus, you got 5 seconds. Banned. Moving on to the next guest, guys. The queue is just full of people who like aren't here, people that like don't want to debate. Oh, it's rough, guys. It is rough out here. It is rough out here for the 13.2 thousand people. Hello, do you support Trump, Shay Shay? Okay, I'm gonna take that as a no. Shay Shay, you have a good one. Moving on to our next guest, Dora. We got them loaded in right now. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? Yo, Ethan, thank you for the $3 on PayPal, saying I love your lives, man. Keep it up. Thank you, Ethan. What's up, Dora? Do you support Trump? Hello? Hey, do you support Trump? Okay, I don't even think that he knows he's on the live. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, folks. Just looking for a Trump supporter. Come on, folks. Come on, guys. Just looking for a Trump supporter to debate.
So, if I was to not date a trans person, is that considered being transphobic?
Dot, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, do you support Trump?
No, but if I was to not date...
Okay, sorry, enforcing the rules hard. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Very. And hear me out, and I'm going to tell you exactly why I support Trump.
God, okay. Okay, go ahead.
A lot of y'all talk about the Epstein files. You bet y'all have no evidence to prove those are true at all.
When you say prove that they're true, do you mean to like prove that they exist?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we know that the DOJ told Trump that he was in the Epstein files in May. Then he directed the FBI to find anywhere in the files where his name is mentioned, then to flag and redact it. Plus, we've had Congress already release like multiple parts of the Epstein files over the course of the last 8 months. So the DOJ...
Can I ask you a question?
No, you can't. Shut up, Zach. The DOJ has confirmed that they exist. The FBI has confirmed that they exist. And Congress has even released parts of them. So I think that is more than enough reason to believe that they exist, Zach.
Okay, what do you specifically hate about Trump that makes him just like the worst person to you?
So we're just going to completely move on from that first point?
Well, you kind of did make a good point, but like...
Okay, let me just clarify here. How old are you?
18.
All right, what year were you born in?
2000. Hey, go subscribe to my YouTube. Zach wants everybody go subscribe to my YouTube, please.
What do you post on your YouTube?
You're not gonna kick me out? Oh shit.
What do you post on your YouTube?
Pranks, basically.
Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Let's gotta get that next guest loaded up in here. All right, we got Joshua loaded into the stream. All right, everyone, do just be patient. Clifford,
Hello.
Man, I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. What's going on, man? Give me 1 second. Clifford with the $10 says, "You're awesome." Thank you so much, Clifford, as well as Spencer. I appreciate you for the $10 as well. Show some love to Clifford and Spencer down below. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I support him with the tariffs pretty highly.
Out of curiosity, is that like an iPad in your profile picture? No, that's just like a phone case. Okay. Yeah. What time is it?
No, it's just a phone.
What time is it?
What time is it?
Yeah.
It's 8 o'clock, 8 p.m.
It's time to ban you. You were a couple hours off, man. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Brandon loading up into the box. Here we go, guys. SMH, thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate you for that love. I think it's like 8 p.m. right now in like the middle of the Atlantic Ocean somewhere. SMH, do better. Appreciate you for the galaxy. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Age?
I'm 26.
And Braden, why the hell do you support the worst president of your 26 years of life?
I don't genuinely think he's the worst president.
Do you think he's the best?
I think he's the best when it comes to actually standing up for the people.
What the fuck? Name one way that he's very clearly stood up for the American people ever.
You're okay. You got me there.
Then you can't say that he's the best president for standing up for the American people if you can't name one clear time he's ever done it, right? That's like saying that I am like the best mathematician that has ever lived in human history, but like no one can name one clear time I've even solved an algebra problem.
Well, why is it that you think that Kamala would have been better?
Okay, well, you're shifting the goalposts. Read that. It says, why do you still support Trump? That's the question that I'm asking you, and that's the question I'd like you to answer. You can happily talk about Kamala Harris, given that you answer the question.
All right, I got you then. I wasn't expecting you to actually pick me, so.
You got picked.
Well, thank you. So, the main reason why I support Trump is because I think he is the closest thing we've had to like JFK, for instance.
What? What are the similarities between him and JFK?
Well, for one, like I said, they actually stick up for the people. It's not just everybody is trying to.
Yeah, Donald Trump sticks up for the people, and I'm a trillionaire, and pigs can fly, and
You're probably a millionaire. I'll give you that.
No, I wish. I'm a trillionaire, pigs can fly, and Donald Trump sticks up for the people, right? How about this? Give an argument that Donald Trump sticks up for the people.
Give an argument. All right. Well, I think that he actually. You caught me off guard, dog. I really was not expecting you to pick me. You just move on to the next.
To the next person. How about this? Like, do you want to maybe like see if we could get somebody up in here to help you? Like, instead of just moving on to the next person, do you just want to get like another Trump supporter on the line? Give you some more time to think, a mind to kind of like bounce some ideas back and forth between.
Yeah, that's
okay. All right, let's do it. Let's get a like quick 1v2, maybe even like a 1v3 going. Christina, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. How old are you?
I'm a millennial. Yeah.
Great. Do you want to give like one clear example of Donald Trump like ever sticking up for the American people?
Well, I wrote a comment in your chat. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see what I just wrote like a few moments ago?
No, that chat's moving pretty quick.
Okay, I wrote that American people knew from the start that President Trump serves the rich and the ultra wealthy.
Okay, so you're not actually a Trump supporter?
I am a Trump supporter.
Because he serves the rich and the ultra wealthy?
I guess what
Listen. Well, number one, do not interrupt me, the host. I don't know your name. And number two, I don't
Wow.
want to I don't want to be interrupted by the second guy. Actually, I wanna get the comebacks, but I just want to finish what I want to say, and then you can you know what I mean. So, I never liked President Trump when he hosted the Apprentice show. I started supporting President Trump when I saw that the Democrats were unfair to him.
Oh, okay. And how have the Democrats been unfair to him?
Very well. So I was too
Wrongfully
young.
poison him.
I was too young to follow politics when President Obama was in power, but I always liked President Obama. I thought he was a classy president. I still think so. I think President Obama is a classy president. No, not because he was reelected. Yeah,
No, listen, listen. You're
Saying
kind
about
of
Obama.
yeah, you're kind of yapping. Okay, like I asked you, like how have the Democrats been unfair to Trump?
I needed help here. You're not helping me.
Very
Damn,
well.
talk your
So,
shit.
so in March 18, so we had like 7 years ago, I finally reached an age when, I was old enough to follow American politics. And my husband, who was considerably older than me, I explained to him that I liked Obama when Obama was in power, but I was so young. And my husband, who's considerably older than me, he told me that Obama was
Why do you keep mentioning?
I don't
Why
understand.
the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I
Stop.
need help with Trump, not Obama.
Stop talking about how considerably older your husband is than you, and stop talking about Obama.
You are two presidents behind you. Come on.
Listen. I can't stop talking about Obama because I believe Obama was.
Next.
Yo, let her cook. Well, 1 second. Calm down there. Go ahead. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, now when I go back to March 18, March 18 is when I finally reached an age when I had a lot of time to invest to, whatever. So I started supporting President Trump from March 18. So since 7 years.
The fuck is going on? Hey.
I didn't have any help on that at all.
Do you want to give us a reason why Trump is... Wait, actually, no, I'm going to go back to my question. You said that you support Trump because the Democrats have been unfair to him. Can you make it clear to us how the Democrats have been unfair to Trump?
By the way, I'm very happy that I see Chuck Schumer every day in my feed because I liked. Well, I grew up.
No, Chuck Schumer. Stop it. No, Chuck Schumer. Bad. No Chuck Schumer. Name one way that the Democrats have been unfair to Trump.
I grew up into democratic states, but I grew up into democratic states.
You're not answering my question. How have the Democrats been unfair to Trump?
We're not even on the same topic.
Well, so how? Oh, very well. By the way, we have midterm elections coming. Can I speak about that? Can I?
Get me some real help in here, man.
She's kind of funny. She's kind of funny. What the fuck was she going on about, bro? God.
Can I ask you a question real quick, though?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What have you paid attention to Candace Parker's thing with Charlie?
You mean Candace Owens? Not really.
Or Candace Owens, my bad.
No, I haven't. What's going on, Sarah? Do you support Trump?
It's Soraya, but yeah.
What's that?
My name's Soraya.
Oh, sorry, Soraya. Okay, and how old are you?
18.
Okay, okay. So now you have your partner. So we're gonna go back to the question that he couldn't answer. Soraya, can you name one way that President Trump has clearly stood up for the American people?
Actually, no.
Jesus Christ! How many of you does it take? Move it. Let's go to get another Trump supporter loaded up in here. Jesus fucking Christ! How many does it take? How many does it take? Okay, we got Cameron loaded into the box. Here we go. Oh, Cameron disconnected. Hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We'll happily get you loaded up into the box, guys. Just make sure that you're an American adult that supports Trump. Preston, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
18.
Can you name one clear way that Donald Trump has ever stood up for the American people?
That is not like that would not be my main argument. Could I say
Jesus
what my main
Christ.
argument?
No, come on. We just need one person to answer this question. And then we'll get into like whatever it becomes. Well, Bubbles, what's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, you sound overage. It's fine. Can you name one way that Donald Trump has ever stood up for the American people?
I feel like what he's doing with like all the tariffs and the immigration and stuff is for the American people.
How do you just clarify?
I'm 24.
You're 24. Okay, so like, how do the tariffs like make it clear that he's standing up for the American people? What do they do for the American people?
He's trying to help the U.S. economy, so I feel like that's for the American people.
Yeah, well, GDP growth is down 1% from what it was last year at the same time. In the first quarter of this year, the GDP actually recessed, not to mention that 52% of S&P 500 companies reported lower profit margins in Q2 than Q1. We've seen investment into American manufacturing has gone into the shitter. We see that unemployment's gone up, inflation's gone up, the price of every good sold in a grocery store has gone up. So the American economy is not performing too well, meaning that this is not a way that Donald Trump has stood up for the American people. Not to mention that you also said his immigration policy is him standing up for the American people. According to the American Immigration Council, mass deportation would cost our GDP $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year, destroying our economy, meaning that that is actually an example of him fighting against the American people. But honestly, I'm going to go ahead and unmute the other three guests. If you guys want to turn your mics back on, anyone, if you want to give me an argument for why Trump is a good president, you have my attention. Let's see if, four people can win a debate against one man. Take it away.
I would say that the deportations would be a big part. Deporting illegal aliens
Okay,
or
undocumented
criminals.
immigrants. Okay, all right. So get rid of the criminals, and you're gonna put a criminal in the White House to get it done. Real quick, can you name one way that mass deportation would materially benefit America?
Get rid of people who are bringing in fentanyl and other drugs into
Okay.
the.
Well, I actually have to kick you because you said the name of a DRUG, and it also looks like Soraya left. But if you're curious, Homeland Security tells us that 80% of the DRUGs that are brought into this country are brought in by citizens, and undocumented immigrants are 3 times less likely than citizens to commit crimes, including the dissemination of DRUGs. And Donald Trump has never spoken about the fact that a vast majority of all DRUG dealing in the country and 80% of the people that are bringing it into the country across the southern border are citizens. So, I mean, I disagree with you, but I had to kick you because you said the name of a DRUG. It looks like we're just down to 2 people now, Bubbles and Brandon. Feel free to unmute, give me an argument for why you support Trump, and I'm just going to continually cycle in new Trump supporters as we go because we're already 2 down, 30 seconds in.
Well, he's muted, so I guess I'll go. So everyone's making it seem like his immigration policy is terrible. I know you did. But I think the only thing really I could say that I don't really agree with when it comes to that is the alligator Alcatraz situation. But everything else, like the what's it called, the National Guard going to Chicago and stuff, I don't see like the big deal with that, and the way they are detaining people and going through the process of seeing who's legal and who's not. I don't really see what the big deal is.
Okay. Yo, Christian, what's up? Do you support Trump? Christian's not here. I guess it's just going to be me and you, Bubbles. Braden, if you want to unmute, feel free. Yeah, so you just said that the only thing you have an issue with would be alligator Alcatraz. This would imply that you don't have an issue with like the ICE agents, like forcing naked children out of their homes into the backs of cars, or the Trump administration illegally deporting Abrigo Garcia to El Salvador, where he was beaten and tortured for 3 months, even though SCOTUS ruled that they had to bring him back, which they'd failed to do for the first 3 months, as I said. Or like illegally detaining legal residents like Mahmoud Khalil, who's here on a green card for 3 months in a nice detention center. I think that we should all have problems with those things, especially you considering the fact that you think that you want to uphold law and order, and this is why you want to persecute undocumented immigrants so hard. But as soon as the lawlessness and disorder falls on behalf of the presidential administration, you don't take an issue with it, which I find to be incredibly hypocritical on top of incredibly immoral.
You're smart as shit.
I didn't see the thing about the kids in vans. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying I haven't seen it, so I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that news broke 2 days ago. It happened in neighborhoods in Chicago.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that part, but
Me neither.
I don't see how that's directly Trump's fault because he's not in Chicago.
Okay, well, if the bad child grabbing by ICE agents in Chicago is at Trump's fault, then neither is the arrests or
Well, not
deportations of
directly, no.
undocumented immigrants.
Wouldn't that be technically Tom Holmes, isn't it?
So if it's not inevitably Trump's fault, then whose fault is it?
Well, whoever put them in the van.
Okay, would you say that any reasonable person would condemn that?
Yeah,
Then why haven't we seen the Trump administration condemn it? I mean, he's the president. He's in charge. He's like the executive branch oversees immigration and a lot of immigration processes in this country, right? And it is also his mass deportation operation. It's his cabinet member, Tom Homan, who's in charge. Tom Homan and Kristi Noem, who's in charge of Homeland Security, managing immigration, managing the mass deportation, so on and so forth. So, I mean, if they want to prevent that from occurring, then they're going to have to condemn it when it does occur, but they don't condemn it when it occurs. In fact, they just turn around and offer ICE agents another $50 signing bonus, $50,000 signing bonus. My apologies.
I mean, you said it happened 2 days ago. Well, I mean, I would give them some grace and give them time to respond, because there's so much going on right now.
Okay. What's a reasonable time to respond? Like 3 to 5 months?
I mean, like a week, 2 max.
Oh, really? Because they illegally detained Mahmoud Galil for 3 months in a nice detention center 5 months ago when he was a legal resident. They never responded to that.
Well, I don't know.
Well, see just how
who's to say just because they didn't respond to that they won't respond to this?
Because it demonstrates a track record of not caring about misconduct and human rights abuse on behalf of ICE agents and detainees.
Right, that's fair, but you're not even giving them a benefit of the doubt.
Well, because you have to earn the benefit of the doubt, and they've actually earned the opposite. Like I said, we have a senator that has a confirmed report of 510 instances of human rights abuse on behalf of ICE agents in this country since January. Arguably, I'd say it's a lot more. And we've never seen the Trump administration directly respond to any of them. So why would I give them the benefit of the doubt in this circumstance?
Well, I guess that's your prerogative.
Well,
Has there been a lot of
fact?
Has there been a lot of people that have been deported that were American citizens?
I mean, there's been children with brain cancer that are citizens that are deported. Donald Trump's trying to deport many more, right? Because his first day in office, he passed Executive Order number 14160 that is attempting to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. So he could classify them as undocumented immigrants and, deport them. But ultimately speaking, that's infringing on their constitutional rights. And I guess my question for you guys would be, do you care as much about an undocumented immigrant committing the misdemeanor of undocumented entry as you do care about Donald Trump infringing on the constitutional rights of people in the country that have them? I mean, both instances are breaking the law, right?
Do you think there's an argument to be made of the fact that all these illegal immigrants are coming here just for possibly just so they can be Democratic voters?
Undocumented immigrants can't vote. You need to be registered to vote, and in order to register in all 50 states, you have to have citizenship and a social security number.
I think it was California where they didn't have to show ID or anything.
You're talking about ID at the polls because you have to prove your registration. You still have to prove your registration, but in order to be registered, you have to be a citizen.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I get 99% of my information from Joe Rogan, so.
Listen, man.
I actually watch you, Candace. I used to watch Charlie before he passed, and I watched Parker as well. So I feel like I've been keeping up enough to know enough about what's going on, and I still feel like this whole idea that Trump is like out to get Americans is just blown out of proportion. I think he's really just trying to take care of the crime and economic status.
If you care about crime, why don't you care about his? Listen, I feel like I'm literally going to go insane and stop doing these lives for this one specific reason. Every single Trump supporter comes up here, says they care about crime. They support Trump because he's getting rid of it. But then you don't care that he pardoned 72 violent offenders that tried to kill cops on January 6th, and then he turned around and called them patriots. You don't care that he tried to make it illegal to and attempt to ban the burning of the American flag, even though SCOTUS ruled in the 90s that that was constitutionally protected, meaning that he's doing something illegal and unconstitutional by trying to ban it. You don't care that he said it was illegal to criticize him in the media, even though that is also protected under the First Amendment, meaning that's another unconstitutional sentiment suggested by Trump. You don't care that for the last 6 months he's been arguing that he's found ways to run for a third term and that it's all Trump 2028, even though the 22nd Amendment says that no president may serve more than 2 terms, meaning that that is him advocating for breaking the law, committing a crime, and disregarding the Constitution. You don't care about the felonies. You don't care about the civil court that held him liable for rape. You don't care about the civil court in Florida that held him liable for stealing classified documents and then hiding them from the FBI. You don't care about the other civil court in New York that determined he was guilty of defrauding students at Trump University. You don't care about the civil court in New York that he settled in 1973 that determined he was not renting to black tenants because of their race. You don't care about the civil court that determined that he had improperly wrote up the value of one of his properties to get a bigger loan, which was illegal in business fraud. Like, why don't you care, right, about any of like the vastly illegal things that Donald Trump is doing today, did yesterday, the week before that, the year before that, the decade before that, and 50 years before that too? You know, like, why don't you care about the lifetime of crime of the president, but you care about a simple misdemeanor of an undocumented immigrant simply to develop a better life for them and their families while also productively contributing to this country?
You got a point. I'll give you that.
So amendments are meant to be changed. No, that's why they're called amendments.
Actually, not really. You're not supposed to. They're not meant to.
I mean,
be
that's like
changed.
the
You can just
definition of an amendment.
But you don't change the amendment. You just add a new amendment. But let me ask you a question: who adds new amendments?
Congress, no.
You're right. Is Donald Trump Congress?
No.
Right.
So what amendment?
So
did
he has
change
just as much
directly?
authority to change the Constitution as I do. Right. So
Right.
if I led a violent overthrow of the American government and then argued that I wanted to change the Constitution and take all your rights away, do you think that you'd be doing the same like sympathetic rhetoric, saying like, oh well, it's meant to be changed, it's an amendment, right? No, you wouldn't. You'd be like, that's fucking crazy, okay? Right? But he has
Well, I
just
mean,
as
it
much
would go
authority to
through
change
Congress,
the.
and Congress would shut that down. So
No. Executive orders don't go through Congress, right? And he's tried to amend the Constitution through executive orders.
You're about to
I or did.
Wait, what's that, Braden?
I said you're about to change me to go to your side.
You know what, Braden? I actually really appreciate you being here because I feel like right now you're symbolizing so many people that are watching the live from the chat that we just never hear from. So you're actually invited to stay up here for the remainder of this conversation with Bubbles, even if you're not like personally like arguing in it. And I kind of like hearing like every so often from you about your thoughts because you represent thousands of people that come in and out of these live streams on a day-by-day basis. But anyways, Bubbles, go ahead.
I was just saying, did he try to, or he did change something?
Yeah, well, he tried to, but he failed because it's unconstitutional. But now are we supposed
Exactly.
to defend?
So what's the big deal?
Are we supposed to defend failed authoritarianism?
No, but I'm saying like he can try to change all he wants, but he can't at the end of the day because he's got to go through Congress to do it.
Okay, so you're saying if like somebody tries to do something that
And
is like
there's also nothing he can do
I just want to
that's
clarify.
irreversible.
So you're just saying if somebody like tries to do something like really bad, but they fail at doing that thing that's really bad, then you don't see the big deal?
Genuinely, no.
Okay, so if a man tried to get into a house knowing that in that house there was a 12-year-old girl that was alone to grape her, but he couldn't get in because the front door was locked, would you look at him and say, well, that wasn't that big of a deal?
That's not how I would word it. I would look at him like he's definitely got something wrong with him, but he tried and failed at it, so there's nothing. What am I gonna do, you know?
Bubbles, I would say he should be taken to jail, right?
Well, for what though? He didn't do anything. He didn't get in. He didn't break in.
So it's attempted burglary. It's attempted grape. We charge crimes for an attempt all the time.
How did he attempted to grape anyone if he didn't even get in the house? I'm confused.
God damn, Bubbles. Because
You
he was
literally
trying
just
to
said
get into the
someone
house
tried to-
to grape her.
Try. Yeah, try. Keyword try.
Yeah, so if somebody tries to roofie you in a bar, they put it in your drink, but then you throw it out because you're done drinking for the evening. Do you think that they should be charged with like attempted grape? I would argue, yeah.
If they touched you or something, yeah.
Do you think that sexual exploitation is only touch?
No, there's harassment and verbal, but you said if someone was in the bar and tried to grape someone,
Okay, but
should
like,
they be
I guess
tried?
would you care? Would you care? So like if somebody attempted
Yeah,
to
I
grape
would
a
care.
child but failed, would you ever support that person in your life, or would you say that they're a
No,
terrible bad
no.
person?
Like I said, I would definitely look at them like, what the hell?
Okay,
but,
so if Donald Trump tries to attempts to like overthrow the Constitution and fails, would you still yet call him an authoritarian?
no.
No. Okay, so
Hey,
what's up, Braden?
What is it exactly you're talking about that he was trying to overthrow?
Yeah, well, he signed an executive order into law on day one, number 14160, that tried to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. But the 14th Amendment has expressly protected that right for them since 1865, and that was annulled and confirmed by SCOTUS in 1897. So that's been case law set forth forever. And that's only like one of the examples. I could give many, but I guess for like a smaller conversation here, I'll just stick with that one. Now back to you, Bubbles. If Biden passed an executive order while he was president, right? And in this executive order, it said, no American citizen has the right to buy or own any gun in this country. And this is a declaration of the end of the Second Amendment. Would you call him an authoritarian, even if that executive order was inevitably overturned by the courts?
If it was overturned, I mean, I guess it would be an authoritarian, but like same time, it's overturned, so it doesn't really like do anything. It's like just an image thing.
Right. So you would be okay with calling him an authoritarian, and do you think that like if he passed that executive order, that it would warrant his like expulsion from the executive branch of our government? Like if like Congress impeached him for that, would you be okay with that? Would you support that? If they impeached him for passing an executive order saying that no one in America has the right to own any gun anymore and the Second Amendment is dead.
If he's impeached by Congress, is he just gone?
Yeah, thrown
after
out.
that.
Just thrown out.
Okay.
So, Bubbles, would you support Biden hypothetically being impeached if he were to have passed an executive order with the contents that I just described?
No.
What if he passed an executive order saying that it was literally illegal now to be a white man that's conservative? And that if you're a white man and you're conservative, this executive order is going to send you to jail for the rest of your life. But of course, that was inevitably overturned by the courts for violating the First Amendment rights of all American citizens.
Yeah, so if it's overturned, I could care less.
Dude, yeah, okay. So Trump is not an authoritarian in the same way that any president, quote unquote, wouldn't be an authoritarian if they wanted to
I'm not saying
literally
that. I'm
throw
saying it's an
everyone in
image
jail
thing.
for the rest of their life for everyone that disagreed with them. Right? Right? Do you see like this like weird sense of like authoritarianism that you're attempting to argue here?
I'd say it looks bad on him, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really change anything,
Wait,
so
then,
why would I care?
Wait, so then what are you saying you have to do in order to actually be an authoritarian?
What's the definition of authoritarian again?
Sure. Well, let me go ahead and get you guys a good definition of authoritarianism. I'm gonna give you guys the textbook definition of authoritarianism here. All right. The textbook definition of authoritarianism is the well, I don't know. Maybe I won't go off of the textbook definition because that's not super centered on politics. Okay, I'm just going to give you my definition. So, authoritarianism, as I understand it to be, is a political system that is characterized by the use of strong central power to like preserve whatever they want their status quo to be, and it's like typically like antithetical to like processes of democracy. It's antithetical to processes of separation of powers. It's kind of like taking your rights away so they could have the power over you and your rights. Just really strong central power with like no like clear separations of power in like one body or one regime. That's
So
like
like
a
you're
really good way
trying to
understand
compare
it.
like Trump. So you're trying to like compare Trump to like Kim Jong Un.
Well, I guess Kim Jong Un is an authoritarian. His government is characterized by, rejection of democracy and the preservation of strong centralized power. So yeah,
I don't think you can put those two in the same category.
I think Donald Trump wants to be in the same category as him. The only thing holding him back would be the Constitution, but he's fighting really hard to change that. Like he literally said that it's illegal to criticize him in the media now. Like that's totally some North Korea shit. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, with like that Jimmy Kimmel shit.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I feel like that is definitely a infringement on freedom of speech.
Yeah, I agree. Right. So Bubbles. Anyways, what do you think you have to do in order to actually be an authoritarian?
I feel like to actually be an authoritarian, the rulings that you make and the changes that you make or want to make would actually go into effect and affect the country that you rule. I don't see that with Trump.
Okay, so when Putin was running for the office of the presidency in Russia, he wasn't an authoritarian since he didn't actually implement his authoritarian policy yet.
Correct.
So Hitler wasn't a fascist before he started the genocide?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what his beliefs were before he started the
So when
genocide.
Hitler wanted to gain power, was Hitler a fascist then too? Because of what he believed in and what he wanted to do when he gained power?
Well, fascism is based off what you believe in, so yeah.
Okay.
Not based off actions.
Okay, so then could I argue that Donald Trump is a fascist then for like wanting to consolidate power? Go around. So do you agree that
Yeah, you
Trump is a
could.
fascist?
Yeah.
So you support a fascist as president?
Well, when it comes to actually ruling the country, fascism doesn't come into play.
I just want to clarify here. It does, right? That's what.
Not for
that's
him.
one of
Not
the-
with him.
that's
He's
one of the
not a
parts.
fascist.
You just told us he was a fascist.
Not when it comes to ruling the country. No.
So
When
now-
it
so now you're
comes to his beliefs, maybe, but when it comes to actually taking action and changing stuff and ruling the country and the people in it, no, he's not a fascist.
I feel like you're contradicting yourself a little bit.
Yeah, that is a contradiction. And yes, when it comes to how he rules the country, first keynote how you're using the word rule, not lead. Very telling of what kind of government you want. He does implement.
Is there a
tenets
difference?
He does implement tenets of fascism. And yeah, there is a difference. Kings rule, presidents lead. Anyways,
I think they're synonyms, but okay.
I definitely don't think that they're synonyms in like modern American politics in the way in which we use the terms colloquially anymore, right? I'd say that we make a distinguishment between usages of the terms such as rule and terms such as lead or govern. And typically the word rule is associated with like oligarchies. It's associated with kingships. It's associated with dictatorships. Meanwhile, we use other terms such as govern or lead to denote like the processes of a democracy or constitutional republic.
Well, I
governed
apologize
by
for
a
my
central
wording
body.
then, because that's not what I was trying to convey. I
Right.
guess I meant lead.
But
Then.
now to get back to your point, so you said that he's not actively like leading in a fascist way with the use of the presidency. I would very strongly disagree with you. I typically break fascism down into 14 tenets, and I would say that through his leadership, he fulfills all 14. I'll go ahead and give you a handful of examples. For instance, the sixth tenet of fascism is controlled mass media. From the Oval Office, from his position of the presidency, last week he said that it's illegal to criticize him in the media, fulfilling tenet number 6. Tenet number 3 would be identifications of enemies as a unifying cause for his base. Using his position of presidency, using his leaderships, he's done this with undocumented immigrants, saying that they've escaped mental asylums, saying that they've escaped prisons, saying that they're very bad, dangerous, violent criminals that are going to rape your wife, steal your kids and eat your pets and dogs, even though they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes. The second point of fascism would be disdain for human rights. He used his position of the presidency to illegally deport Abreu Garcia to Sica in El Salvador, where he was beaten and tortured and starved for 3 weeks. And then when the Supreme Court told him that that was illegal and he had to bring him back, he said that he's never coming home, right? So he'd fulfill tenet number 2 pretty easily. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay. Tenet number 8 would be religion and government intertwined. He literally ran on using his position of the presidency to put God back in the government, so that one's going to be self-evident. The 14th tenet of fascism is fraudulent elections, and this is probably the most evident use of his power of the presidency to convey fascism in America. In the 2020 election, he literally used his power of the presidency to fake slates of electorates to 7 different of the key swing states that Biden had won, and he sent them with fake votes saying that he won the vote in the state. Meanwhile, he actually lost it. And then he directed those fake slates of electorates to send those fake votes back to Congress. And then once again, using his position of the presidency, attempted to pressure his VP Mike Pence into certifying the fake votes for himself in as real on January 6th so he could install himself for a second term. Do you want me to keep going?
I mean, you can if you want to.
No, I'm asking you. Do you want me to keep going, or do you think you get the point? That point being how Donald Trump has very obviously used his position of governance in the American government as the president to use tenets of fascism within his leadership.
Yeah, so I didn't really think that he used elements of fascism in his
just
leadership.
gave you 7 examples.
Until you said that. Thank you. So I don't really agree with that, I don't think anyone should lead or take action with fascism. I think if you have your beliefs, that's your prerogative or whatever, but yeah, so I don't agree with that.
Okay, so you now accept that he is fascist and his governance is fascist as well.
Yes.
Okay, so obviously you're no longer MAGA.
See, the thing is, I kind of support whoever is running the country regardless, especially unless they're not great with national security or
Would you
defense against terrorism.
Would you supported Hitler if you were German in the 30s?
I don't know. Probably not, because he was killing so many people and it's just wrong to do that. But Trump's not doing that.
So you wouldn't support a president if they were doing things that are wrong? Is being a fascist and governing a country in a fascist way wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. So therefore, you don't support Trump as president.
I mean, I'll take him over Kamala. Kamala, sorry.
So what did Kamala Harris do that was worse than being a literal fascist?
Well, it's not anything she did that was bad. It's just, I don't think she would have been taken seriously as a leader.
So you think she would be worse at leading than the fascists?
No, I'm not saying that. I don't know how she would be as a leader. I just don't think she would be taken seriously.
Why?
Just off the basis of it's a man's world and she's a woman and
Oh, so your argument is that a fascist is better than a woman.
No, I'm
Yes,
not saying
that is your argument. We literally just agreed. We agreed that Donald Trump is a fascist and he is governing America in a fascist demeanor, right? You agreed to those points. And now you're saying that because Kamala Harris was a woman, that made her worse at leading than the fascists. Are you serious? Are like, is this real life?
So
by the way, Kamala Harris is taken more seriously on the global stage than Trump even today. We have exit polls from Guttmacher Institute that demonstrate that she has a higher approval rating with more individuals on the global stage liking her more than Donald Trump even has a domestic approval rating in this country, right? Not to mention that there's been many women leaders on the global stage that have been taken incredibly seriously, such as Queen Lizzie. All right, she was taken incredibly seriously, such as I forget the title. I think it's a president of India. She's a woman. She's taken seriously. The current prime minister, or I think the last prime minister of Germany, she was a woman. She is taken seriously, right? So, yeah.
Well, everything I was seeing around the election time, nobody was taking her seriously. So I don't know what to tell you.
Well, you don't know what to tell me because you don't have an argument and you just made that one up on the spot. Oh, then you also have the president of Mexico. She's taken seriously.
Yeah, but everything in the media everything I was seeing, it was just not taking Kamala seriously, and I don't think it would have been.
Sorry, these are just like baseless talking points. Like I saw things in the media that were talking bad about her. Of course, if you're tuned in to Republican media before a presidential election, they're going to be talking bad about the Democratic nominee for the presidency. Are you serious?
I actually tune into all media. If you didn't hear me earlier, I listened to you, Parker, Charlie Kirk, and Candace Owens. That's a good mix, I would think. So I don't just watch Democratic or Republican
me and
stuff.
Parker definitely took her seriously before the election. So it seems like whatever media you were tuning into wasn't us.
I would say the vast majority was not taking her seriously.
Okay, what specific media sources?
Well, I don't remember. It's been a few years.
It hasn't been a few years. It's been under a year.
Sorry, my bad. It feels like it's been a few years.
Right.
But
so just saying that the vast majority of media that you see wasn't taking her seriously is not a good enough argument to justify supporting a fascist as president. Bubbles, I need you to get a damn grip. You are an absolute embarrassment. And I said that with my full chest, and I will say it again. In fact, let me say it again. Bubbles, you need to get a damn grip because you're an absolute embarrassment.
Well, the fact that he's a fascist is debatable. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about it.
Well, actually, you accepted that he was.
Based off his beliefs, yeah, but action-wise, no.
Oh, well, now you're walking back because remember when I read off 7 out of the 15 tenets of fascism and I clearly described to you how they perfectly align with things that Donald Trump has been doing with his position of authority, that position of authority being the presidency. And then you didn't have a single response to any of the things that I said, so you conceded. But now, like 10 minutes later in the conversation, you are now realizing that that is serving to be disadvantageous for yourself because you're starting to wake up and recognize the fact that you sound fucking insane right now. So now you're trying to walk it back.
No.
Oh, so now you're denying even walking it back, but you just did that with your last breath.
I'm not walking it back. I'm restating what I said earlier, that his beliefs are fascist, but his actions aren't.
Yeah, get off my live, bro. You're a joke. No one takes you seriously. And it's not because you're a woman. It's because the way in which you perceive the world around you and think through not just American politics, but day-to-day life is completely absurd. Let's go ahead and get that next guest up here. Hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We'll get you connected to the live. We got Riley Bond connecting. Hey, Mama Lisa, I really appreciate you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Mama Lisa. Mama Lisa with the $100 says, thank you for educating the masses. I'm literally trying to stay alive long enough to see him out of office, but I have stage 4 cancer. That sucks, but you and Parker give me hope. Mama Lisa, I'm really fucking sorry to hear that you have stage 4 cancer. I really hope that you are able to come to terms of like good treatment for it with your doctors. I know how fucking scary that is. You know, I've had many members of my family battle with cancer over the years, and it is like literally like one of the scariest things ever. Like right now, in fact, my grandpa's cancer just came out of remission. So I know how like truly scary that is, Mama Lisa, and I really hope that you're able to beat it. Thank you so much for the $100. I really do appreciate you. Please show some love to Mama Lisa down below. As well as Willie, thank you for the $100 as well over on Venmo. This was from 40 minutes ago. It's been a while since I've read off donations because I was really focused on this last conversation. So Willie, I really hope that you're still in here. Willie with $100 says, this is for turning MAGA into Dims. Your streams are awesome. Thank you, Willie. Dude, Mama Lisa and Willie, you both are so fucking kind. Please show some love to Mama Lisa and Willie. As well as Erica. Thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Erica. Callie, thank you for the $20. Saying, watch your stream every day. You give me hope. Thank you so much, Callie. Show some love to Callie and Erica. And then, oh my God, Emily, thank you for the $300 donation on Venmo. What the fuck, Emily? Jesus. Emily with a $300 says, I watch you every day and appreciate your thoughtful, intelligent approach to debating. You give me so much hope for our future. Sending love and support. Emily, that is fucking outrageous. I do not deserve that. That is just completely insane. That is so incredibly kind of you. I want to see 3,000 Emily W's down below in that chat while we're hopping into the next debate. Seriously, Emily, you're a fucking icon. That is outrageous. Thank you so much for your insane generosity. Huge, huge, huge shout out to Emily, y'all. As well as Cassie. Thank you for the $15 of Venmo. Thank you, Cassie. Rebecca with a 5 and Skylar with a 5. You guys are fantastic. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean!
Get out of here. Yo, let's see here. Shay Lee, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Shay Lee says, love everything you do. I would be so sad if you were to stop live streaming. Oh man, I love the live streams too much to ever stop. They have been getting a little bit more difficult though for me recently. But I'll work through that. It just seems like the Trump supporters have been a bit egregious.
But I'll work through that. It just seems like the Trump supporters have been a bit egregious. But I'll work through it.
What's up, Isabella? Do you support Trump?
My brother is a Trump supporter. Can I pull him up?
Test. How old are you?
I'm almost 15, but my brother is 18.
I'm so sorry, Isabella. You know, so I've done this in the past, you know, like where we've had like people that are like obviously minors like come up and ask me to debate their family members. And I think I'm going to stop doing that because like what I think I've like failed to like, note before is like I'm just like still like putting like a minor's account on like broad display in front of a lot of people. And like, I don't know. I personally don't want to do that. So I do apologize. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely. Yeah, I support making America great.
Really sorry to hear that, Blake. Really sorry to hear that you support Trump. Let me go and thank a handful of other people, then we'll hop into our conversation. Gabriella, thank you so much for the $5 over at Venmo. Thank you, Gabriella. Then Kiki, thank you for the $15 on PayPal, saying you have the patience that I don't have. As a teacher, the way that you just dealt with that last guest, I think you deserve thousands of dollars. Unfortunately, I can only give you 15. Oh, I don't deserve anything. Thank you for the $15, Kiki. That is incredibly kind of you. And thank you so much for being an educator. That is so incredibly important for our future generations. I'd also like to thank Matthew. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal as well. Show some love to Matthew. And then Thomas with the $20 on PayPal, saying I was late yesterday. Happy 200th episode. Thank you, Thomas. Show some love to Thomas. And then Kirsten with a 10 and Tavo with a 5 over on PayPal. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. They go straight to me, and you get a notification at the top of this phone where I could try to read out your donation and your message. I'm going to go and assume that there's a few that I missed because I didn't read them out for a while. Just know that I appreciate you, even if I miss your donation, and thank you so much for the love. But man, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I'm just pro MAGA. I wouldn't say it's 100% Trump, but I am for making America great with, you know, clean energy and providing jobs for American citizens and, you know, doing things that can help.
Clean energy like coal and fossil fuels?
No, not providing more resources for Americans to produce energy. So mining for different materials, maybe to make batteries, things like that. We don't know what's there because they had strict regulations on what we could mine.
Under the Biden-Harris administration?
Yep.
Yeah, well, guess what? Our energy production was at an all-time high, so.
Well, you're talking about, I wouldn't say it was at an all-time high. It could have been higher if they were to allow other forms of energy to be collected, like oil and gas, things like that.
So we actually drilled the most oil we ever have as a country in 4 years under Biden and Harris per the Energy Information Administration. No, don't leave. Blake, come back.
I don't know how to, that's not really a question, so I don't even know how to respond to a statement that I don't even know is true. It doesn't even sound true.
Okay.
So,
do you have a computer in front of you? If you have a computer in front of you, open up your computer, type in EIA.gov, U.S. crude oil production, and it will give you the monthly production metrics from the last 50 years. Use your eyes to identify 2021 through early 2025, and then you use your brain to do the math. And you will see that under their administration, we produce the most crude oil in this country that we ever have before, including significantly more than we did under Trump's first term, which is pretty impressive considering that when they walked into office, we were at like a 25-year low because of business shutdowns due to the pandemic. No, I'll come back. There you go.
I'm just looking at it. Yeah, it says in 2024, production rose by 27,000 barrels per day, on average 13.2 million. And that's because they had to actually increase those barrels per day because the pipelines were shut down.
The Keystone XL?
Yeah, the Keystone pipelines, all the pipelines coming
So
from Alaska.
why would that pipeline shutting down force them to increase production?
Well, if you're not piping in more oil from a location that has oil, like Alaska, you then need to produce more and then ship them over on boats and through the Marines.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Before they shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, it wasn't piping in any oil into the country because it was still under construction. They were still constructing it. It wasn't in operation. Sorry, Blake.
Oh, okay. Are there any other topics? Can we talk about maybe the border or something else?
We could talk about anything you want to, man. I'm just up here trying to have linear dialogues with Trump supporters. Now, quickly, before we move on to anything else, let me thank a handful of people. Future Martian, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat on YouTube. Thank you, Future Martian. They with a $20 donation say, thank you for everything that you do. I hope one day you could get through to more Trump supporters. You know, honestly, I feel like we've been getting through to a decent amount of people today. I'm proud about it. As well as, I'm going to call you Ann. Ann, thank you for the $40 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ann. I want to see 400 Ann W's. That is ANNE down below in that chat. Ann says, really support the fight against misinformation and to promote being informed, critically thinking. You deserve way more, but this is all I got to spare. Y'all got to stop saying that. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love. Thank you for the $40, Ann. That is so incredibly kind of you. As well as Robin, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying doing the Lord's work. Thank you, Robin. And then Gabriella, once again, I appreciate you for the $5. And Chris, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate that, Chris. Chris says, nice shirt. What band did you see recently? Keep it up, homie. Appreciate that, Chris. Show some love to Chris. I sold the Backseat Lovers. They were awesome. Anyways, man, yeah, go ahead and take it away. What is another argument that you could give me
for the whole gas pipeline thing? Because I just don't understand why gas prices went so high if we were producing more oil.
Okay, well,
why did gas prices jump during the Biden administration?
Yeah, because oil is not a domestic market. Oil is a global market. So although we had the highest domestic supply of oil we ever have in our country, the global supply was down because we, as well as every other country in the UN sanctioned Russia, we no longer got their oil because they started their ethnic cleansing of Ukraine, and because OPEC reduced their output by 10% at the end of Donald Trump's first admin.
So the other thing I wanted to talk about, and thanks for that little tidbit of knowledge. I didn't know that. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is like ICE, pretty much. The involvement of ICE. And I wanted to get your opinion on, these illegal immigrants that are in the United States. You're for the illegal immigrants being in the United States?
I think that they should stay. Yeah, most of them.
So how would you feel about them going through the process to legally be citizens and pay taxes and do the same things as us? Do you think they should be able to just not pay taxes because they're just living here for free?
Well, you're already making a false suggestion. Undocumented immigrants already pay $100 billion per year in taxes in this country. In fact, they disproportionately pay into the system compared to the little they get out compared to you, because unlike you, yes, they're still forced to pay taxes. They can't file for a tax return, and they cannot claim any federal benefits in any state, and they can only claim some state benefits in some blue states, right? But in most states, they still can't. So they pay more in taxes disproportionate to what they receive from the government on the local, state, and federal level compared to you. But, in response to the more general question, do I think that they should become citizens or residents? Yeah, I think that they should all be offered a pathway to residency or citizenship, indeed.
I think that the problem isn't that like what one administration did versus another administration. I think they're just pointing out that there's a flaw in the current process that is done for a non-documented citizen to become
Well,
a citizen.
I'm unclear on what you're saying. I don't think that we have that
So-
process yet. I think that we need mass amnesty, which would be like a new process, right? But I'm still just trying to identify like why you support Trump, and I don't feel like I've heard any clear reasons.
I'm pro Trump because of, let me see. I've been pro Trump since the 2017 era of Trump. And I thought he provided more jobs for Americans and there was GDP growth during his first term. So if you look at his first term, there was a 2.5% GDP growth. I know you're saying, oh, he's back in there. It's not GDP growth. Well, there was during his first term, and it was imminent. You could see that there was growth in jobs. There was growth in the market. Financially, we were more stable. The price of gas was down. The price of food was down during his first term.
Okay, so what did Donald Trump do in his first administration to exacerbate GDP growth? While you're looking that up, Alexander, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube saying, hi, Parker, you look different. I'm not Parker, quite frankly, I'm Dean. But thank you so much for the $50, Alexander. Dude, let's get 500 Alexander big W's for the $50, all right?
So-
let's get 50 big booms for the $50 donation down below in that chat.
Under his first term, there was the Tax Cuts and the Job Acts in 2017.
Yeah, there was.
So tax cut, there was deregulation. There was the trade-off in tariff policy. So the NAFTA to USMCA in 2018. And then there was the energy expansion where he approved the Keystone pipelines and Dakota pipelines, which was then rolled back by the Biden administration. And then there was the defense and infrastructure spending where the government was spending $700 billion, which added directly to GDP growth.
Spending $700 billion on what? That just sounds like the defense budget.
They were spending over their normal defense budget.
So they just increased
So the government
defense
spending
budget?
went up, which GDP growth also goes up.
Because government spending went up. So you're saying that he did something really good because he spent more of our money?
On American citizens and American jobs for the military, yeah.
Okay. Well, the military budget increases very frequently. And I think out of everywhere we could spend money, that's probably one of the last places I'd want to spend it right now, right? If we cut our military budget in half, we'd still be spending over $100 billion more per year than the second running up country, which would be China. By the way, if you're now supporting him for spending more money, well, then you're just saying that Doge is bad because it's supposed to reduce our expenditure and that reduces GDP, right? So I don't think that's a good argument. And I don't know. I feel like AI gives the same talking points every time for how we increase GDP growth. I'll go through everything that you just said real quick. The first reason that you gave for how he increased GDP growth was signing the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act into law. Well, according to an evaluation done on his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act by two Harvard economists, one right-leaning and one left-leaning, it only contributed to around 0.04% GDP growth per year, which is like $25 billion. Meanwhile, it costs $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending over the 10-year lifespan of the bill. And over the same 10-year lifespan of the bill, it only would have contributed to around $250 billion in GDP growth. So it was a massive investment for a very marginal return. Now, moving on to your second point. What was your second point? Deregulation? What specific deregulation did he enact that caused GDP growth?
Well, during that term, it was the Obama regulations.
Which ones? Got to be way more specific than that.
Financial rules placed in by the Obama administration. They lowered the compliance costs, particularly around energy, manufacturing, and banking. So it simulated investment confidence and job creation early in his term.
Okay, so you're saying that he lowered costs to start producing oil, which then led to production of more oil, stimulating a market conducive to more job opportunity. So we actually see that job opportunity in oil production continues to go down every single year because the processes get more efficient. So that's not true. Additionally, second point here, while there was still more oil production under Biden and Harris, using your logic, they stimulated more jobs than him. How am I doing?
You're doing all right.
Am I smarter than the
You want to cover
GPT?
any other topics? Sorry, I kind of lost track there.
Am I smarter than the GPT?
Yeah, you are.
Any other reason, man? Or should I move on to my next guess?
Did you not want to talk about the immigration stuff or not?
Oh, yeah. So you just got done talking about how much you care about the economy. Why would you support Donald Trump's immigration policy, considering the fact that, according to the American Immigration Council, a mass deportation would result in a GDP reduction of trillions of dollars per year?
I have a few different views on things. So I'm going back to a few other things because you had talked about AI too and the goals with that. So
can you just very clearly respond to the question that I asked you?
Okay, so can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yeah, you just got done boasting about how good you think Donald Trump is for the GDP, obviously putting a preface on how much you care about GDP growth. According to the American Immigration Council, mass deportation would result in a reduction in our GDP of $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year. So you obviously don't support a mass deportation if you care about GDP growth, right?
Well, I'm pro the deportation of immigrants.
Okay, so then you don't care about GDP growth. So then why did we spend the last 30 minutes?
I do care about GDP growth.
Okay, well, these two things can't be true at once. You can't be pro the most GDP destructive policy in modern American history while being pro GDP growth. Explain that one to me.
Well, you're talking about things that are bringing money to Americans, and there are some things that I feel are corrupt ways that people are bringing in money. And those things that are corrupt ways that people bring in money I don't think they should be here. So yeah, even though we might be taking a hit in the short term, the long term is that the American citizens would be able to, grow effectively from, the jobs and.
Wait, so you're just saying that you don't care about that GDP growth because you don't think... Wait, so you're saying that you don't care about that GDP growth because why? I want you to be clear.
I think that the the growth for individuals, your income, right? Each person's income should, in the United States, go to American citizens. Because what I'm seeing is, if somebody's building houses somewhere, they might be paying people cash under the table from these other markets. So that market, the money could have went to an American citizen. But no, it didn't. Because why? Well, maybe these Americans are lazy and they didn't want to work to get the money that they're getting. But regardless, that money should not be going, even if they're giving that money to an undocumented citizen, and that undocumented citizen is visiting here and spending money. If they want to stay here, I think they should continue spending money, but go through the legal process.
Oh, so, okay, so just to be clear, you don't care that an undocumented immigrant could make a wage, be economically productive, right? Aid and abet in the production of resources and aid and abet in the consumption of resources, aiding and abetting not only in GDP growth, but also in paying taxes, increasing our government revenue, thereby increasing a better society for everyone. You don't care about those things because they're not a citizen. I don't think that is a compelling enough reason to discount the productivity that they generate in our society, which doesn't just benefit them, but in turn benefits society as a whole.
From somebody else.
No, they're giving more to everyone else. It's not taking it away from someone else. It's giving more to everyone else. No. How do undocumented immigrants drain the American economy? How are they taking away resources from other people?
Okay, let's just compare an undocumented citizen to somebody that is homeless. Those homeless people might not be homeless if they were to have the opportunity to do some of those jobs.
Oh, guess what? Now you're assuming that undocumented immigrants reduce job opportunity. Give an argument for that.
I mean, That seems pretty simple. I mean, there are plenty of job opportunities that people can do, and if you're an undocumented citizen, you're going to be, if they are undocumented here illegally and they don't have a green card or a reason to be here. So most of those people that have working jobs here that
Okay,
are from
can I
other
just help you with your
countries
argument?
have a visa.
Okay, let me just help you with your argument. What you want to say here is that they're taking away job opportunity from others because they're literally working the jobs themselves. But that is a very one-dimensional way about thinking about how job opportunity works inside of any functioning market. Okay, it is not the case that with a larger labor force, we will always expect less job opportunity. That's just not how it works, right? And I'll prove it to you. 100 years ago, was there more or less job opportunity in this country?
There was less people. There was less opportunity.
Okay, so you just said the less people there are in the labor force, the less opportunity there is to get into the labor force?
It's just a population thing. If you have more people, you have more consumers, and if you have more consumers, you have more jobs.
Thank you for making my argument for me, sir. That was very kind of you.
You're welcome. I just don't think that we should be giving jobs to non-American citizens.
But you just said that giving jobs to the undocumented immigrants generates more jobs for citizens because when they have a job, they get money in which they then turn around and spend on consumption, which creates more jobs, not just for them, but for citizens too. So why do you think that we should get rid of something that doesn't just help them, doesn't just help the country, but helps all the citizens of the country as well?
It doesn't help everybody in the country. We have homeless people here because they don't have those opportunities. They're going to other people.
Bro, you were literally like, I cannot believe this. As soon as we frame it about undocumented immigrants working, you go back to that one-dimensional way of thinking that they're just filling a job and generating no productivity, taking away that job from someone else. But remember how we just went through how you accepted that 100 years ago there's less people working and there was less job opportunity? Then I asked you to explain why, and you were like, well, when someone works, they make money, which they then spend on consumption. And when they spend that money on consumption, they're generating more demand for goods produced by American companies, which in turn then incentivizes said American companies to offer more jobs.
But they can do that in their own country. They don't need to. They can be consumers in another state. They don't have to come over here to be consumers in the United States.
But when they are consumers in America, it creates more job opportunity via an increase in demand, incentivizing employers to service that increase in demand by offering more job opportunity, right? So that's just a like clear description about how undocumented immigrants create more job opportunity in a more prosperous economy for all.
So what about the ones? Okay, so the ones that I'm most concerned of are the ones that are criminals.
Don't shift the goalpost. Don't shift the guilt. You don't care about crimes. Your president is a 34-count felon, but don't shift the goalpost because keep in mind we're still debating about your fictitious false claim that undocumented immigrants reduce job opportunity in the country.
Those 34 claims for him doing hush money with Stormy Daniels, I don't really care about.
Okay, why don't you care about them? Tell me, why don't you care about them?
I don't care about him covering up hush money that he was paying some stripper.
Why?
Because
well, she wasn't a stripper, but okay, go ahead.
Sure, whatever. Hollywood, Playboy, whatever.
Why don't you care? Why don't you care? Why don't you care? He broke the law. Why don't you care?
So to me, it is just the left trying to find a way to get him out of the office.
That doesn't change the fact that he committed the crime. I'm asking you.
There's probably several
even if that
people
was
that
true, that
commit
doesn't change
crimes.
So you're saying that you don't care that he committed that crime because other people committed it too?
I'm not saying that either, but...
So then why don't you care about the crimes? What is a clear reason? Inform us all. What is a clear reason you don't care about his felonies?
I don't care about his quote-unquote unproven felonies because...
Dude, what? Unproven?
Has the judge told him that, oh, you're going to jail because you did these things? Why hasn't the judge put him in jail if he did all those crimes?
Sir, so a judge is synonymous with justice, right? Can you please read off the top line? It says Justice Juan Merchan. And then it goes on to say that said justice with a jury agreed that he was guilty on all
records of
counts.
him paying hush money to strippers. Oh man,
right? So it's not
a big deal.
So it's not supposedly guilty. I mean, here's like literally the jury verdict form.
Yes, he was found guilty.
Right. So it's not supposed unproven felonies. It is proven felonies.
He just did he finish that trial? And why is he not in jail if that's the case?
Because they didn't sentence him to jail time.
Okay, well then he served his time. He served what he was given by the courts. So he's fine. At that point, he's fine. He's acquitted of whatever he did.
He wasn't acquitted of anything.
Well, he served his time for whatever it was.
Okay, so you don't care about a crime if like the time is served for it. So like for instance, if like Donald Trump went to jail for grape in the 80s and he was sentenced to 20 years and they got out in 2000, would you still support him as president today because he served his time? Therefore, you don't care about the fact that he's a rapist?
I don't know anything about what you're talking about.
It's just hypothetical. Like if Donald Trump was found criminally guilty of grape in the 80s, went to jail for 20 years, got out in 2020, and then ran for president in the 2024 election, are you telling us that with all else being held the same, that you would still voted for him and you'd still support him today because he served the time for his crime?
If somebody can provide value to the United States, regardless of their past, I mean, let me just say it like this: if somebody smoked weed back when weed was illegal in all these states, would you say they're criminals? Oh, you smoked weed! Oh my god!
Okay, point number one, I gotta kick you because you said the name of the W drug. Point number two, I'm really fucking sour that I have to kick you because I was about to dunk on you and I wanted to hear that speechless nonsense from you. I'm still gonna dunk on you. I just now have to do it with you off the stream because you said that. Point number one, I didn't know that raping a woman was equivalent to using the M drug. Point number two, it's funny because now you're downplaying crimes. I don't care about Donald Trump's 34 felonies. Who cares? I don't care about somebody using the M drug. Who cares? But let me tell you folks, if you commit a federal misdemeanor by entering into this country using undocumented means, because the documented means, the legal ways, take 10 to 15 years, oh my God, you are Satan 2.0. I am in full endorsement of support and support of ICE showing up to your house, ripping you out of your bed while you're sleeping, and your naked children, and throwing you in the back of planes, and then deporting you with no due process, violating the withholding order of a judge, to then send you to CCOT in El Salvador, where you're going to be beaten, tortured, and raped. Beaten, tortured, and starved for 3 months, like what happened to Abrigo Garcia. So. Yeah, definitely a really big difference in the way that you treat breaking the law. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest here. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that wants to come up here and debate me on why you support Trump. Now, if you want to support me, on the other hand, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of all the proceeds through those platforms. They all go straight to me, as well as you could attach your name in a message that I could read out on live, such as...
Just want to say, brother, I'm from Australia. We love your work.
Hey, man, I appreciate that. You have a good rest of your day, man. Such as Alexander. Thank you so much for another $50 super chat over on YouTube. Alexander, thank you so much for all the love today. Seriously, bro, I really appreciate it. Y'all, please show some love to Alexander down below for the $50. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, bro. As well as Bethany, thank you for the $33 over on Venmo. As well as Bethany, I will check that out. Show some love to Alexander and Bethany down below. I really appreciate the two of you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah.
Dude, all right, 1 second. Yo, Bill, I appreciate you for that leopard, man. It's good to see you again. Thank you for the love. As well as Jess, thank you so much for the $2 over on Venmo. Thank you, Jess. And let's see here. Amanda, thank you so much for the $9 over on PayPal. Amanda with the $9 says, hi, can you say happy birthday to my best friend, Mila? Mila, I'm going to go ahead and assume that's how you pronounce her name. Mila, if you're watching right now, happy birthday. Anyways, Cameron, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it, Dean. I'd say because he loves America and he's a big patriot, and I'm a fan of that.
Oh boy, I'm going to have fun with this one. Before I have fun with this one, Andrea, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo for destroying Blake, quote unquote. Thank you so much, Andrea. Show some love to Andrea down below in the chat, guys. Thank you so much. That is just so incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Andrea. Now back to you. What makes somebody a patriot?
I guess advocating for their country to be first.
Right.
So those America First policies, I'd say, qualifies them.
Right. How America First was it when he infringed on the First Amendment of the Constitution, called for termination of the Second Amendment of the Constitution, infringed on the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, and called for the termination of the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution. All of this happening in the last 8 months, but before the last 8 months, in December of 2022, he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. And then 2 years before that, in 2020, he directed the fake electorates plot where he attempted to steal and rig the election from Biden. And if he was successful in his plan to steal and rig the election, he would have avoided and circumnavigated all of our civil and electoral processes as detailed by the Constitution. Yeah. What are your thoughts there? Is that what a patriot would do? Is that America first?
Well, I guess let's start with the most recent thing you said about Biden. Now, I know he echoed those claims way longer than he should have. I was not a fan of said claims. I do respect the democratic process. Now, I will say, to kind of tie that back up, I do believe that he has been enacting a lot of his plan. Now, I didn't read the whole thing, truthfully, but Project 2025, a lot of this was talked about beforehand. He is trying to restore God and country first back into the country, getting rid of a lot of these, I'll just say liberal influences over people's minds to promote more free thinking.
Does it promote free thinking to say that you can't speak freely in the media, such as when he said it was now illegal to criticize him in the media?
No, I'm glad you brought that up because that's a perfect point to talk on. Now, I know a lot of people like to hit on that. They love talking about, Trump cracking down on the Kimmel guy. But really, I think something we never kind of took into account is how the president felt about all that. People were pretty mean to him on Twitter when he tried canceling Kimmel. I know free speech was the fundamental issue, but, and I don't necessarily, I'm not going to agree with that decision. That was a decision made out of a hurt man. His feelings were hurt, and he let Kimmel have it. I don't agree with it, but, maybe we should be nicer to the president.
You sound like Caroline Lovett.
Okay.
You're trolling, right?
I'm only trolling if I'm a true God-fearing patriot who loves his country.
Oh, is Trump a true God-fearing patriot? Is he God-fearing?
Now, that's between every man and his own personal relationship with Jesus Christ. So I can't speak on it. I would probably lean, he's probably not that based on what I hear him say and the words he uses.
He's not a God-fearing patriot. Are you a God-fearing patriot?
I grew up in that home.
Amen! Amen, sir. You're a God-fearing patriot, right, sir?
Hell yeah, brother.
Amen.
Freedom.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. I'm a God-fearing patriot, too. Just two God-fearing patriot brothers shooting the shit on a TikTok live. Let me tell you.
Absolutely, brother.
Absolutely, brother. Let me tell you. When Donald Trump sat down for that interview in 2018 and said he's never had to ask God for forgiveness for anything in his life, explicitly violating the commandment of God in the scripture, James 2:28, when it is said that faith without works is dead and you must repent for your sins. It just made me love him. I fell in love. I wanted to give him a big fat smooch because I just loved him so much. He really just boded well with my God-fearing soul, to see such a outstanding man be such a heretical piece of shit, completely contradicting all my God-fearing values. It was kind of like a slap in the face to all Christians everywhere, for me to be watching him claim to be a Christian, but then to also say that he doesn't repent for his sins to God. But I just ignore that because I love him so much because I'm a God-fearing patriot.
All right, Dean. I gotta admit, you're not a dim-witted man by any means. You know how to speak pretty well. I actually had quite a divide in my family when a lot of that was happening, especially around 2020. I believe that's when there was the protesters on the lawn, all that BLM Trantifa trying to line up, and then he started spraying them.
What did you just say? Trantifa?
Yeah, that's the new meta. Call them Trantifa instead of just Antifa.
No, get
'Cause they
out of
try-
here. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here, dude. Okay, I know that you're trolling. I know that you're trolling, but the thing is a reason I'm gonna kick you is because I just know that like there will be like legitimate Trump supporters that are like watching this stream that will listen to that and they'll like legitimately be like, that's a good idea, right? So I gotta end the conversation there. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest, BLM Trantifa. What? That is outrageous. I wouldn't doubt it if he like seriously saw that somewhere before. But let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. And Victoria, I just wanted to very quickly thank you for the Vikings hammer. Thank you so much for the love, Victoria. Please show some love to Victoria down below. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. We got Rico connecting to the stream. As we speak. Alexander, appreciate you for the $50 on Super Chat saying, okay, I'm starting to think that I'm on the wrong live stream. No, Alexander, you're not on the wrong live stream at all. Appreciate you for being here, man. Oh, yeah, I am Parker. That's right. As well as Annie, thank you for the $20 in Super Chat saying, God herself, say Heritage Foundation cowboy. You know, he was a true American loving patriot, obviously, right? Michael, I appreciate you for the $20 as well saying, keep cooking, Dean. Thank you, man. Appreciate you for the love, Michael. What's up, Rico? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me go to thank a handful of others, then I'll let you take it away. Sky, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying, hey, Dean, I love your lives and watching you debate. Thank you so much, Sky. Darius, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Thank you, Darius. Darius says, hey, Dean, have you heard of Kat? I cannot pronounce her last name. I have heard about her. She like was running for a position in Congress, and she's like young, pro-Palestine. From what I saw of her, I did like her. Did she end up winning? As well as Andrew, thank you for the $26 over on PayPal. Show some love to Andrew down below in that chat. Thank you, man. Andrew with the $26 says you're doing great work, mate. Much love from the UK. Much love to the UK, and much love to you, man. Thank you so much. As well as Taylor with the $20 on Venmo saying more accents, please. You'll have to whip that one out more frequently. Appreciate you for the $20, Taylor. And then Storm with the 10 saying support for your beliefs. Thank you so much, Storm. Shauna, thank you for the $15 on Venmo saying this guy openly supports Project 2025, just like the Trump administration. They've started to openly endorse it. Shelly, thank you for the $15 on Venmo saying, as a 60-year-old, I'm so proud of you. I hope I live long enough to see you become president. Shelly, that is so fucking kind. Shelly, if you're still watching this, I appreciate you and have so much love for you in my heart. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then one last one here. Bethany, thank you for the $33 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Bethany. Huge love to Bethany down below in that chat. And Allison, thank you for the $5. All right, you guys are awesome. Rico, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, first of all, Dean, I wanted to tell you thank you for what you're doing. I think it's the right thing for you to advocate for your people, for your party, and trying to do the same thing. And I'm pretty sure that we all agree on 80% of the issues that are happening on the.
Hey, I'm sorry. I do have to interrupt you. Your mic is just a bit muffled, and I hear a little bit of an echo. Is there anything that you could do to make your sound quality a little bit better?
Is it better?
I think it is. So why do you support Trump? Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I support Trump because of his border policies. I think the way that people should come into the country, it should be a legal manner instead of an illegal manner.
Okay. It's like been for like the last 2 days straight. The only thing that people have wanted to talk about is the border policies. And I think it's because they're starting to recognize that like there's no defense for Trump on any other issue. And even on this issue, I would personally argue that there's no defense for Trump. But on the other ones, it's just obvious. Now, what border policies of Trump's do you support?
Well, it's not Trump specifically, but the whole Republican agenda is what I believe in. And
well, remember, we're specifically talking about Trump. So, like, specifically, what has Trump done for the southern border that makes you support him?
Well, I mean, just from what I've seen, I mean, I live in El Paso, Texas, so it's a border town. We get to see it all the time, and just the last day that Biden was president, we had about 8,000 crossings.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as Trump came in, the crossings, I mean, people, they were like, you know what, if we're going to do it, it's probably going to be with Biden as a president. So
what do you think has caused there to be such a sharp reduction in undocumented immigration into this country?
Just the fearingness of kind of getting in here and then getting deported right away.
So being scared. Okay. So like nothing to do with policy and all to do with a response to what Trump has done. I agree with you. Right.
No, yeah.
And I actually think that this is a bad thing for Trump. right? Because what it
Really?
demonstrates is that he hasn't been able to effectively reduce undocumented entry through good long-term policy, but rather, in my mind, fascism, right? The ultimate
What do you mean?
incentive,
How's it fascist?
the ultimate incentive for all entry is going to be seeking a better life, all right? And
Yeah, the
immigrants
pursuit
today,
of the American dream.
and immigrants today are being convinced that if they come into this country, they won't have a better life, right? Because they're looking at other individuals who have, like Abreu Garcia, be beaten and tortured and sea caught in El Salvador, or Mahmoud Khalil, who is a legal green card holder, be held in a nice detention center for 3 months, or other immigrants all around this country be racially profiled, detained. They've heard the stories about 4-year-old kids having guns brandished on them, or about the naked children being ripped out of their homes 2 nights ago in Chicago and thrown into the backs of ice buses, or the Venezuelan immigrants being deported without their day in court, with no due process, and sent to CICA in El Salvador too. See, I think it is these incredibly scary stories that we continue to hear more of every single day that has reduced more undocumented entry. And it's bad because it's fascist. It's bad because it's immoral. It's bad because it's human rights abuse. But it's also bad because it's short term. In the moment we no longer have a fascist president, that incentive structure is going to reverse.
I mean, that's not the conversations I've had. I like, again, I live in a border town, and I do talk to a lot of people in Juarez and stuff like that, and people that just have crossed before, and just their main sentiment is, if I cross, there is no incentive for me to stay. There is no policies that is getting pushed for me to stay if I happen to cross illegally. So now I have to go the legal way. And I mean, a lot of the people that are crossing illegally, they don't have the resources, to cross in a legal manner, like the people that are already, doing it or trying to do it.
Okay,
So,
so your
but
point,
I mean,
so your
what
point
I've
is
heard
that
is,
I'm wrong. Okay.
yeah, no, I don't
Okay.
think, yeah, no,
Well,
I mean, I don't
I
think,
I
yeah.
disagree with you because I don't think that you gave any compelling reason to believe that I'm wrong. And on top of that, like the fact that you can't name any good policy that he's implemented to slow undocumented entry, and the fact that we've also seen a reduction in like travel for business or like legal travel for like leisure, so on and so forth into the country, I think proves me right. Because if it was like truly just about like the threat of deportation, of course I think that it's one of the factors. Then we wouldn't also see a reduction in like legal travel for business or leisure, but we do, right? So I think that this is more empirical evidence to justify that I'm right when I say that people are no longer coming into America because the UN put us on a human rights watch for violating the human and constitutional rights of immigrants that are already in this country.
I don't think that's right, because I mean, like I said, I live in a border city. I see people coming in and out all the time.
But
and
wait, what
since
exactly? I want to be clear. What did I just say that's wrong? Because everything that I just said was empirical fact. It's a fact that legal travel for business has gone down. It's a fact that legal travel for leisure has gone down. It's a fact that the Trump administration is abusing human rights. It's a fact that the Trump administration is infringing on the constitutional and as I already said, human rights of undocumented immigrants. And it's a fact that the UN has tentatively placed America on a human rights watch. So what exactly did I say that you think is wrong?
No, I mean, if you're gonna kick someone out of the country, of course you're probably gonna have to, use some level of force to get them out. I'm pretty sure these people are not happy to be sent back to their country of origin.
So you're just now arguing that human rights abuse is necessary. You're now arguing that infringing on the Constitution is necessary. So I have a question. Why do you think that undocumented immigrants being in America is worse than human rights abuse? Because that's essentially the reduction of your claim.
No, I mean, they have to get removed out of the country somehow. I mean,
wait, why?
Why?
I would obviously prefer them to stay in the country because I think that they're positive for the country and I support mass amnesty. But especially if removing them would necessitate human rights abuse, right? Why do you think that them staying in the country is worse than removing them necessitating human rights abuse?
Well, because they're not being documented. I mean, it's not fair for all the people that are trying to get into the country the right way and that are getting documented, and we're seeing their purpose within the U.S. economy, and it's a choice. Like, the U.S. gets to pick if they come in. People that come in illegally, they're breaking the law, and it's sad, but they're criminals.
So
They have to be
you're
sent
just
back.
willing to do whatever is necessary, including human rights abuse, to rid our country of criminals?
No, but I'm pretty sure that that line is gonna get crossed at some point because I mean, again, they're not
So then
happy.
why do you support a
These people-
34 count felon criminal as president? Why do you support an adjudicated rapist criminal as president? Why do you support a proven fraudster in civil courts in Florida and New York as president? If it's all about like criminals getting out of our country and you're okay with forcing them out of the country, even if in some circumstances it would necessitate human rights abuse, then why do you support such a prolific criminal as president?
He's getting things done. You know, like just in his first time as a president, I mean, he's done a lot of things since he started. I mean, I can see it on the border.
Okay.
Things alone, it's tough.
So now your argument is...
Let's talk about this, right, too.
So now your argument is that you're okay with the fact that Donald Trump is a prolific criminal that has broken the law about 1 billion fucking times, and I could go through nearly every circumstance if you'd like me to, because you think overall the fact that he is president is good for the country. Well, then can I just say that even though undocumented immigrants have committed a single fucking misdemeanor, I think that they should be able to stay in the country, similar to how you think that Donald Trump should be able to remain in the White House, because they're good for the country. Which is a fact, by the way. They pay $100 billion per year in taxes. They contribute $1.1 trillion to $1.7 trillion to the GDP per year. 8.3 million of them work, 11 million of them consume, and they're incredibly beneficial for the future and prosperity of the American economy.
Yeah, it's like getting documented into the country. Like it's come in one.
Oh, Ricky.
But, you know, the
Rico, you're
thing
lagging.
is, you know.
Oh. Oh.
What about now?
Okay, you're better now. I'm just gonna make my last point
what
clear.
about now?
I'm just gonna make my last point clear. If you start lagging again, I'm gonna have to kick you. But anyways, Rico, this is where we're at. You told me that you don't care that Donald Trump is a prolific criminal. You think that he's good for the country. Therefore, you think that it's okay for you to overlook his crimes. Then why can't I say that it's okay to overlook the simple misdemeanors of undocumented immigrants since they're good for the country? Very similar to the way that you are for Trump.
Because we're talking about one person versus they're crossing illegally, and that we have no documentation on.
Okay, so now you're saying you lagged out again, really close to kicking you because of the lag. Now you're saying it's because we're talking about one person compared to millions of people, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so it'd be okay to overlook, right? Like, for instance, like the misdemeanor of one undocumented immigrants entry into the country, and then at that point, because you'd have to accept that premise, and earlier you told us that you care about fairness, it'd only be fair to overlook the misdemeanor of all other undocumented immigrants too. And if it's about the severity of the offense, like you're saying, it is like one individual's offense is less severe than millions. Well, I would actually argue that he has more of an impact, right, due to his offenses on the country due to the fact that he's president. He's not just one man. He's the goddamn president of the United States of America. Okay? And I'm not even calling for his deportation out of the country. I'm just saying that maybe you shouldn't support him as president, bro. Like, it is so hypocritical. It is so insane. And it is so spineless for you to sit up here and tell me that if you commit one simple federal misdemeanor, I think it'd be okay to abuse your human rights to punish you for it. But if you commit 34 felonies, you infringe on the 1st, 2nd, 14th, and 22nd Amendment, you get held civilly liable for rape, you're proven to be a fraudster and defrauding students at Trump University. In the 80s, you're proven to not rent your properties to black tenants, which was then adjudicated by New York courts. They sued him for it, and he had to give them millions. You're proven to have taken classified documents from the White House. You're proven to have gone on record lying over 30,000 confirmed times in your first 4 years. And you're proven to have launched the largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War when he attempted to steal and rig the election from Biden in 2020, then admitted to it in court. If you could overlook all of that, right, I think you're a fucking hypocrite if you don't overlook a simple misdemeanor of a hardworking man or woman that just wants to be able to provide for themselves, provide for their family, and make this country better in the process.
So he's not in jail yet. So
Rico's laggy, so I think we're gonna leave it at that. You know, honestly, I think I just discovered something new with Rico there. I did. I think I discovered a new belief of mine. I think that Trump supporters are hypocrites if they're willing to overlook everything illegal and unconstitutional Trump has ever done, but they're not willing to overlook the misdemeanor of undocumented immigrants. I think that makes you a hypocrite. That is a new truth that I have come to that I'm sure we will be repeating and arguing many times on this live in the future. But let's go ahead and get that next guest, Jordan Wong, up in the box. Caitlin, I appreciate you for the $20 on Super Chat, saying, "Hey, Dean, I love watching you and Parker when I'm at work, and I appreciate what you guys do when you're debating. You've really helped me learn more to defend my position with politics in a very Republican state. Much love." Caitlin, that's awesome to hear. I appreciate you for the $20, and I'm really happy that you take value away from the streams. Huge shout out to you. As well as Haley, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, "Hey, Dean, you mentioned a while ago that you listen to Backseat Lovers. They're easily one of my favorite artists." They are my favorite artists, like undoubtedly. I truly do love them, you know, and I had the awesome chance to be able to connect with Joshua, the lead singer of the Backseat Lovers. They're really cool. I'd also like to thank Madison for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Madison. Show some love to Madison down below. I really appreciate that. As well as, let's see here, Lisa, thank you for the $15 on PayPal, saying being a voice we need right now. Thank you, Lisa. And Shantae with the $15, and keep stepping on their necks. Appreciate that, Lisa and Shantae. If you're watching right now and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, right here on the top of the phone screen. And you could also find links to them in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as you can find them in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do indeed.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
And why do you support a very bad president?
So I think anytime that you're making a choice on who to support, there's always trade-offs. And I just think that of the two choices, he edged out on Kamala. You know, I'm not the biggest Trump supporter, but given the options, I think this was the right choice.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. In what ways do you think America would be worse off today if Kamala Harris had won the election?
I think we would continue with the open border policy. I think we would have continued with this very corporate strategy of trying to import lots of people to drive down the cost of labor, so businesses can make more money at the expense of the worker.
Okay, so you suggested that there's open border policy passed by the Biden-Harris administration. What was the open border policy that they passed?
I think it was the lack of enforcement. And yeah, it's not like they had anything on the books that to say, hey, border's wide open, but in practice, that's what was happening.
Okay. So are you saying that like under Donald Trump's first term, there was also open borders and there's a lack of enforcement on his behest due to the fact that I don't think that they repealed any of his executive orders or policies that would be relevant for enforcing like good border patrol?
Well, I think in this first term, he had a lot less power in order to enforce it. He didn't really know what he was doing the first term.
So he did have open borders.
To win. I don't think he expected to win.
So he did have open borders in his first term, or he didn't?
I think he had a less effective border in his first term.
Was it open?
Compared to how it is now, relatively yes.
Okay, so Trump had an open border in his first term, just like Biden and Harris had an open border in their first term, right?
Though it wasn't intentional and it had nothing to do with his will, it had more to do with his ability at the time.
Okay, I don't even know what that means. Was it intentional of Biden and Harris to have an open border?
I think so.
And how do you know that?
You look at the number of illegal border crossings due to the lack of enforcement, and I think that was the smoking gun.
Wait, so you're saying we could just look at a data point, blame it on the president, and say that the president did that intentionally? So I'm going to look at the data point of unemployment in April of 2020 under Donald Trump's first administration. I'm going to observe the fact that it is the highest it was in 100 years at 14.8%. I'm then going to blame it on Trump and say he did it intentionally. Using your logic, Donald Trump intentionally caused the highest level of unemployment in this country in 100 years at 14.8% in April of 2020.
Now, I personally think it was intentional. I don't have proof for that, but you can at least say, and I think you might be able to admit too, that they definitely had less import on that. They allocated less resources than Trump did.
To what?
To the border.
I think that they tried. I think that they tried, and they did all right. I mean, so like for instance, they tried to get the bipartisan Langford bill passed, and their object there was to hire more judges to expedite the legal means of entry into the country, which would have removed a lot of the incentive for undocumented entry. But of course, Trump caught wind. He told Republicans to shoot it down, so the Democrats didn't take the win, and he was successful in that. So I would say that they had decent plans to manage the border under their administration, and Donald Trump thwarted them. So I think, ultimately speaking, a lot of the culpability for further undocumented entry under their administration falls to Trump.
Okay. Well, you compare the two administrations. You know, you're talking about how the Biden administration tried to get something passed through Congress, where Trump was able to get this done circumnavigating Congress and just able to use his executive authority to get it done.
I reject the first part of that statement. I don't think he's been able to get anything effective done. Like what is like one long-term solution that you think he's implemented that will effectively reduce undocumented immigration into America in the long term?
Well, I don't know if you can say anything is necessarily long term. It's going to take some consistent effort on our part, and that would be true of both administrations.
No, I'd say if the Langford bill passed, that would have been a long-term semi-solution to help in fixing an issue of undocumented immigration into America by eradicating a part of the long-term incentive, that being, legal means of entry into this country that have taken too significantly long. And I don't even think that he's implemented any practically effective solutions either, right? You know, like when I sit back and I evaluate undocumented entry into America, I'm telling you the same thing I told the last guest and the guest before that and the guest before that. We've only been talking about immigration for the last 2 days. I wonder why. Maybe it's because Donald Trump objectively sucks in every other way, including this way. But this one is where you think you can make an argument.
To be fair, it's a very important sticking point for a lot of the people that voted for him. I think this is
what is the effect pretty much. Okay, what immigration policy has he implemented in the last 8 months that you like?
I think that sending the military to secure the border was the right move.
Okay, and how many military agents did he send, and where did he send them?
I don't know the exact numbers, but however many he did send.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know if having military in the border is too effective. You know, like Biden got 15,000 Mexican military troops to be deployed on the southern border under his administration. You just got done saying that the border was open under his administration. So when Biden gets military people on the border open. When Trump gets military people on the border closed. You know, it just doesn't make much sense to me.
Well, the way that you make sense of it is just looking at the results, and I think the results speak for themselves.
Wait, but how do you know that was a result of him putting the military at the border?
You see the amount of boarding crosses before and the border crossings after, and then you look at, okay, what was done, and you have to say, okay, well,
but how do you know that you can attribute that outcome of like less border crossings to anything else? Like I would personally attribute that outcome of less border crossings to like his fascist rhetoric and a violation of constitutional and human rights on behalf of undocumented immigrants in the last 8 months. Like how do you exclude for that variable in your calculation?
Well, if it works, it works. Whatever the case is, whatever secret sauce that Trump has, it seems to be working.
So you'd argue that you in support of him, like for instance, scaring away more undocumented entry, even if that scaring away was caused by him violating the constitutional and human rights of the undocumented immigrants already in the country?
I don't look. I heard you talking to the last guest as well about violating their human rights, and it really depends on how you define their human rights and what organizations you cite and what the agenda of the specific organization is when they're making the criticism of Donald Trump. I don't necessarily agree.
So you think like violations of human rights on behalf of undocumented immigrants in this country?
But now, which human right are we talking about?
Yeah, for sure. I'll give you one example. I think that due process is a human right, and he's denied due process to plenty of undocumented immigrants.
Well, then it depends on how you define due process. Like some people are defining due process as interaction with law enforcement. You know, the law enforcement will meet these people that come into the country, and then
I'm talking about him like literally having judges rule that he's been denying immigrants due process by putting them on planes without their day in court and then sending them to CICOT in El Salvador, or like even illegally and unconstitutionally deporting Abrigo Garcia to CICOT, where he was beaten and tortured for a handful of weeks, even though SCOTUS ruled that his removal was illegal and unconstitutional and said he had to bring him back. And then Donald Trump protested bringing Abrigo Garcia back for a handful of weeks.
So I don't think it's necessary that it's the judicial branch specifically that has to enact the due process. I think the other branches of government, in this case the executive branch, can also enact the due process.
What?
So the executive branch, so under Trump, he's the one that signed the executive order, right? That mandates that the people that have broken the law by coming into the country
But
illegally.
how do we know if they've broken the law or not if we don't give them due process?
Well, the fact that they're here.
But how do we know that the individuals that are here are undocumented immigrants if we don't give them due process to determine if they are an undocumented immigrant?
Well, it's just simply a fact that if they are in the country and they are not documented coming into the country.
But I'm asking you, how do we determine that's a fact without giving them due process?
You just have the government make that determination based on the fact that they're here.
So
and it doesn't necessarily
we have the
need to be
government
judicial.
determine if they are.
In this case, it's the
so
executive branch.
Wait, so you think that the executive branch has the power to personally determine if an individual is a citizen or not? No, they don't, per the 14th Amendment.
Well, they're not citizens. They would be.
But I'm asking you, what process do we have in place to determine if they're a citizen or not without giving them due process, which would be the process in place to determine if they're a citizen or not? Do you understand what I'm saying? Without due process,
I
you
hear
can't
what you're
make
saying.
that determination because we
I
always
think-
make that determination through a process.
I think the hang up here is that you are postulating that that process has to be enacted by the judicial system. I simply disagree.
Okay, I'm postulating that that process has to be enacted by the judicial system or in certain circumstances by law enforcement officers per expedited due process, which was affirmed as constitutional by the Supreme Court in 2021. But what I'm also affirming is that ultimately it is the judicial branch of our government that would, which would hold the right to determine if due process would be granted or violated with like any individual circumstance of removal, right? And the judicial branch has made that determination. If SCOTUS tells Trump that he's illegally deporting undocumented immigrants, Trump has no right to tell them that they're wrong. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree with that, and I think you're citing the specific case where they had asked for the.
So you agree with that. So then ultimately you would say that power would fall vested in the judicial branch.
If SCOTUS overrules the executive branch, which they had done in one case, the case with Diego Garcia, then by the law of the government, then yeah,
the judicial branch.
Trump should bring the man Diego Garcia back. Okay. That is technically how it should work.
So then that power is vested in the judicial branch. You're wrong, and I'm right.
Well, in this one particular case, I happen to agree.
No, it's not in this one particular case. It's all cases.
Well, they didn't rule on all cases. They ruled on this particular case.
But in cases where they don't make a ruling that it's illegal, it's because they don't think it is illegal, right?
What do you mean?
Like if I go outside, I hop in my car and I go to Dairy Queen, okay? It is vested in the power of the courts and in law enforcement officers to exert their power over me, stop me, pull me over, and pull me out of my car if I'm going over the speed limit, right? But if I'm not going over the speed limit, they still have the power to check me if I'm doing something illegal, meaning I still have to hold to the law set by them, right? However, they're not going to pull me over unless I'm doing something illegal, right? And what I'm trying to say here, synonymously to like the deportations, is it isn't true that SCOTUS simply has power over scenarios in which they make a ruling that an action is illegal. They have power over all scenarios insofar as their conformity to what is illegal or illegal.
I think we're getting kind of hung up on this one sticking point between us. I see your point. I don't necessarily agree that it's.
How about let's just clear it up. Who determines what due process is? The president or the courts?
I guess it depends on the process. I think that you have executive processes, you have judicial processes.
Okay, you're wrong. Your answer is wrong. It's
Well,
always.
okay, I'll say
Listen,
this,
I'm
for
going to tell
example.
you.
Like,
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell
say
you.
a member of the
I'm
military.
going to go and clarify here that you're wrong, because can executive
disagree.
No, you're wrong. Can executive processes ever overrule the Constitution?
I don't think it's necessarily overruling the Constitution.
Just answer my question. Can executive processes ever overrule the Constitution?
Not the Constitution.
And what is the third section of the 14th Amendment?
I don't know. You tell me.
A guarantee of a right to due process, meaning
Okay.
that
But does
executive
it say
processes
a guarantee to a judicial process?
meaning that if you'd allow me to finish speaking here, meaning that executive processes can never overrule a guarantee to one's due process. Right?
I don't know if it necessarily means that, because like even in what you just read out, it doesn't specify that due process is in the judicial branch. Now, let me give you one example.
Actually, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Can I give you one example?
No. Yes, it does. Because who interprets the Constitution?
The judicial branch.
There you
Supreme
go.
Court.
There you go. So because executive processes cannot overrule one's constitutional right to due process, and the courts determine what that constitutional right to due process is, executive processes can never overrule the court's determination of what a right to due process is.
Well, if the judicial branch deems it's illegal, that all of these deportations are illegal, then that's something that they would have to comply with. But that hasn't happened yet.
So you're just like giving like further reason to believe that I'm right, because you try to argue that the executive branch has authority to determine what due process is or is not. Then I gave you a very clear description how executive processes cannot overrule the Constitution. The Constitution, shut up. The Constitution guarantees due process, meaning that executive processes cannot overrule one's constitutional right to due process. You also affirm that courts would determine what that right to due process means, meaning that the executive branch can never overrule what the court's determination of what that right to due process looks like. And then you went on to say that, well, if the courts ruled that the executive branch was in violation of one's constitutional right to due process per what the courts would determine, then the executive branch of our government would have to acquiesce to what the courts would say. You're actually just giving more reason why I'm right and you're wrong. Once again, I'll be very clear about what I'm right and you're wrong about. That it is a power that is vested within the courts in this country to determine what due process looks like, what due process is, and if Donald Trump violates that, if the executive branch of our government violates that, the executive branch, legally speaking, must acquiesce to what the courts determine, as the courts hold the power to make said determination.
I'll agree with you on this. I agree with you that the courts determine how to interpret what due process is. And if the courts determine that the process conducted by the executive branch is unconstitutional, they have that right.
Right.
So far, that hasn't happened.
Actually, yeah. A federal judge ruled that he had probable cause to hold the Trump administration in contempt of court for violating the due process of, of Venezuelan immigrants that they deported to El Salvador. And SCOTUS made a preemptive ruling in mid-May arguing that the Trump administration could not apply the Alien Enemies Act to a group of Venezuelan immigrants in northern Texas due to the fact that in attempting to do so, they were violating their due process. So it has happened.
Okay. I'm saying across the board. Like across the board, the Supreme Court of the country has not ruled that the overall effort is unconstitutional. And if they had, and if they do,
the sky is blue. And the sky is blue. I never argued that mass deportation or deportation was unconstitutional in virtue of deportation. Like, what are you even saying? I never said that deportation was unconstitutional. What are you yapping about?
Okay, look, I'm trying to be respectful to you, my friend. Like I know that we have some disagreements, and I'm trying to be nice to you.
I'll try to be nicer too then. In a nutshell, you're arguing something that is completely irrelevant to all discussion that we've had in the time that you've been on this live, and you're also arguing something that I never suggested.
I know too. You're probably a little bit fatigued by the immigration enforcement arguments. I'm happy to talk about some some other aspects of what I agree on Trump with that maybe you haven't been mired in all day.
Well, I mean,
Is that fine?
I just want to clear up the argument. You're attempting to argue that the executive branch holds some authority to determine what due process is. Do you concede that?
I don't think they have the authority to tell you what due process is. I think they have the authority to conduct process.
The executive. So, what? I'm just unclear of what you mean by that. When you say that, when you say that the executive branch of our government has the authority to conduct process, what does that even mean?
So there is a process when it comes to deportation, and that process.
Are you just saying that Homeland Security has the authority to deport undocumented immigrants?
Under the direction of the executive branch, yeah.
Okay, and why are you arguing this? Just out of curiosity?
Well, that's currently how it's working.
Wait, no. Answer my question. Literally, why are you arguing that Homeland Security has the authority to deport undocumented immigrants? Because that's
I'm
true.
arguing.
What is the relevance? What is the relevance of this? I feel like you saying in our conversation that Homeland Security has the authority to deport undocumented immigrants would be like you saying that the sky's blue. What is the relevance of that to our conversation? What is the relevance of that fact to our debate?
There is a process to deporting illegal immigrants, and it can be legally argued that that is a form of due process. And if the Supreme Court decides that that is not due process, then
the process would include due process.
I think we're kind of up against a wall here, and we're at an impasse where we're not necessarily going to agree.
Well, I'm just confused on what we disagree about. I just think that you're being so incredibly unclear, right? Because you're just telling us that Homeland Security can legally deport people. Did you know the only way that they can legally deport people is if they follow the law in the deportations, and following the law in their deportations would include following the precedent set forth on what due process is and granting it to every single arrest and detainee?
The way that I understand it right now with this administration is they argue that their branch of government is able to conduct due process through their own branch.
What does that even mean? No one knows what you mean when you
say
that.
It bypasses the judicial system.
What do you even mean when you say that? When you say bypass the courts, you're saying go around the courts, meaning that they're making their determination of what they think due process is. But we've already agreed that's not true. They have to work in accordance with the court's definition of what due process is in order to have the legal right to uphold their removals. They cannot bypass the courts. As the courts are
that
instrumental,
what's being done right now?
The courts, that doesn't matter, right? For this conversation, we're just trying to determine if the executive branch has the right to bypass the courts or not. Stop trying to shift the goalposts. You're arguing that the executive branch does have the right to bypass the courts, and I'm telling you that you're wrong, and any process under the executive branch must act in accordance with the courts to be legal.
I think we disagree on this point, but
so you think that the president has the authority to do things that are illegal?
I think if the Supreme Court rules against him, then
no. Just answer my question. Does the president have the authority to do things that are illegal?
Well, some would say yes. Some would say that the president can't do anything.
Are you saying yes? Stop being vague. Are you saying yes, or are you saying no?
To be honest, it doesn't bother me that much. I care more about the results. I think you can.
It doesn't bother you when the president breaks the law, but it does when an undocumented immigrant does it.
So when it comes to the law is whatever we decide it is. Wow. And right now, the decision of the current government, including the Supreme Court,
listen. I just want to clarify.
They're not blocking Trump.
So it doesn't bother you when Trump breaks the law, but it does bother you when an undocumented immigrant breaks the law. Is that true or false?
To be perfectly honest, and I don't think a lot of people will admit this, I think it doesn't matter to people if the law is broken, if things move in the direction that they want to go.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and just work off of that foundation real quick. Sure. If you don't care if individuals break the law, if in breaking the law, they're moving things in a direction that you'd like to see them moved in, well, then all of a sudden, you've just justified all undocumented entry ever into the United States of America, because undocumented entry into this country and the existence of undocumented immigrants in this country move this country in a positive direction by productively providing into the economy, by working, paying taxes, growing companies, and buying goods.
I think you have a solid argument there, but I think there's pros and cons to everything. Now, is there some benefit that happens when illegal migrants come in? Yeah, and we see that in an overall raise in GDP, but we also see a lowering of the average salary, because when you have a flooded labor market, the individual value of someone's labor goes down.
Okay, got it. So why do you think undocumented immigrants have lower wages on average compared to citizens?
Well, because companies can get away with it.
And why can they get away with it easier as it would relate to undocumented immigrants compared to citizens?
Well, they're undocumented. They don't have the same protections that a citizen would have.
Okay, well, they actually do have the same legal protections as citizens have, but you are right in saying that it is because they're undocumented. So it's just easier to legally exploit them for other miscellaneous reasons. But now you've accepted the reason why they get paid lower wages is ultimately because they're undocumented. So in other words, if they weren't undocumented, would they still have a downward pressure on wages?
What I'm saying is,
Now answer my question. If they weren't undocumented, would they still have a downward pressure on wages due to the fact, considering the fact that you just agreed, the only reason why they get lower wages is because they're undocumented?
Yes, they still would, because if you have a greater supply within the labor force, then the individual's value within that system goes down. So if there's more workers in the country, then the individual labor.
Oh, this is so easy to prove wrong.
Well, okay, prove me wrong.
Were real median wages higher today or 100 years ago?
Were real median wages higher now or 100 years ago? Well, I think you need to take into consideration technology. It's not something that you can reduce down to this one issue.
So you're not going to answer my question.
The answer you're looking for is no, but it's multifaceted. It's not just for that one reason.
Wait, the question I asked you wasn't even a yes or no question.
Ask your question again.
Were real median wages higher in this country today or 100 years ago?
They're higher today, but that's largely because of technology.
Was the labor force larger 100 years ago, or is it larger today?
It's larger today, but
I thought you just argued that with a larger labor force, we should expect lower wages. But like seemingly, as the labor force has grown, we've actually only seen higher wages. Is this maybe because, right, you shouldn't think one-dimensionally? And when we have an individual engaging in the American labor force, they're not just filling a position, creating more demand for said positions, but then also making a wage, which they then turn around and spend buying goods from these same companies, incentivizing more company growth in the market?
I don't think I'm thinking about this one-dimensionally. I'm using multi-factored analysis here. It's not.
Well, your multi-factored analysis is just words, but it's not reality. Because at the end of the day, you're attempting to convince me and everybody else listening that with a larger labor force, we should expect lower real median wages. But we've never seen that ever before.
I'm trying to explain the reason why that we have a higher median wage, and that's largely because of technology.
Okay,
a lot of things happen
in what contributes to innovation and technology? Investment, okay? And what contributes to investment, right? Higher demand for goods in which are invested into, right? So in other words, right?
Yep.
What we see is when we have a market with millions of undocumented immigrants that are working to promote the economic productivity of American businesses, in turn making the American businesses larger, scaling them, growing them, while then also consuming their goods in said same market, right? You would therefore also increase investment into these firms, including technological growth within these firms. So if anything, I would argue that undocumented immigrants working in the American labor force don't just make the country as a whole better off, but also promote more technological innovation inside of that same market.
Look, I do agree with you, because when we have more population, when we have more people contributing to the system, then yes, we're going to have more investment. We're going to have more people paying taxes. I would posit there's just a better way of going about it.
Okay, so now wait. Now Wait, now you've conceded that undocumented immigrants actually aided and abet in technological innovation in America.
Hey,
Right?
I haven't conceded anything. I said right from the beginning.
Wait, you said that you said
this
that you agree
is-
with me there.
Right from the start, I said there's pros and cons.
Okay. Okay. Then I won't use the word concede. I'll just use the word agree. So you just agreed that undocumented immigrants help technological innovation in America. Well, you just attributed an increase in real median wages over the last 100 years to technological innovation, meaning that ultimately undocumented immigrants help with an increase in real median wages as they would aid and abet in technological innovation in this country.
They certainly help, but like I said, pros and cons.
Well, guess what? The
Pros
one
and
con that you were trying to argue this whole time is that they have a downward pressure on wages, but now you're saying they help in increasing wages. So which one is it?
Hold on. They help raise the overall GDP, but for the individual American, if you introduce more competition into the system, then that's bad for the individual
But now you're
American.
shifting what you just said. You just agreed that they increase real median wages by aiding and abetting in technological innovation. That claim that they're increasing real median wages is not the claim that they're increasing the GDP. So why are you now attempting to equivocate between these two?
Because there's upward pressure in some aspects and downward pressure in other aspects.
Okay, so you've now conceded that they have upward pressure on real median wages. So then you cannot dispute the efficacy of undocumented immigrants in the American economy, considering that they also help with the GDP, they also help with government revenue, they also help. I mean, shit, is there anything that they don't help with?
I think it's bad for the long-term health of the country.
Okay, so now you agree that there's not a describable macroeconomic variable that they hurt. In fact, you agree that they help all macroeconomic variables, but there's somehow going to be which ones do they hurt?
Like I said from the start, the individual value of the laborer goes down the more competition that you introduce into the system.
Wait, isn't just the individual value of like the average laborer, isn't that calculated as like what their real median annual like wages would be? Like that's a way that we determine their value, and under capitalism would be based upon like the wages that we're paying them.
Yeah, and like I said, there's upward pressure and downward pressure. The upward pressure comes from the fact that,
but then
you're going to
ultimately,
have increased innovation.
But then ultimately, if they increase real median wages, then they increase real median value because wages are value.
The question we need to ask ourselves
what is larger? Do you agree that under capitalism in the American economy, wages equals value?
Yeah.
And if they increase real median wages, that would be equivalent to the statement they're therefore increasing real median value.
Now, I just want to be specific. I didn't say that they increase median wages. I said that there are some aspects of illegal immigrations that provide some upward pressure, but I would argue that the downward pressure is greater than the upward pressure.
Okay, well, you actually agreed that they increase real median wages. And then once again, back to your argument, stating that, well, when there's more competition in the labor force, then ultimately, like, wages are driven down. Well, I thought that we've already been over this, right? The labor force is larger today than it was 50 years ago, yet real median wages are higher today than they were 50 years ago. Then you attributed that to technological advancement, but then you accepted that undocumented immigrants aid and abet in technological advancement by promoting more investment into American firms and by paying in taxes, which then the government can use to further technological advancement. So not only do you not have an argument, right, that they would reduce wages if they were offered a pathway to residency or citizenship. However, it is also the case that they're actively serving towards increasing wages by inspiring more technological advancement.
My argument would be that population increase helps to fuel what you're saying, but that population increase doesn't necessarily need to come from illegal immigration.
Okay, but now you're just completely shifting the argument away from the idea that they actively hurt the economy into saying, although they help the economy, it could come that help to the economy could come from other sources.
Well, that they help and they hurt. It depends on who we're talking about.
In what ways do they hurt it?
For the individual worker sees their wages going down the larger the labor pool is.
Actually, no, they don't. That's wrong. Give me any empirical data to demonstrate the larger the labor force is, the lower real median wages are. Because if you look and compare real median wages with the size of the labor force over the last 100 years, we actually see the larger the labor force is, the higher real median wages are. There's actually like no empirical evidence to demonstrate that with a larger
I
labor
think if you
force,
use-
you should expect lower wages. Because with a larger labor force, right, it is the case, right, that you're growing these companies and allowing them to offer more to offer more job opportunities, since an individual laborer for these companies isn't merely a position that needs to be filled, but an active generation of a rate of return for the firm.
So I think your thesis is hinging on this 100-year time scale that you're basing this off of.
100-year, 50-year, 25-year, 10-year, 5-year.
Like you look at like say 10-year, yeah, it's definitely gone down.
No, real median wages are up over the course of the last 10 years.
Are you accounting for inflation?
Yeah, that's what real means.
Okay, well, I think when you're looking at the median wages, you have issues when it comes to you have a lot of high earners in the country, but that isn't necessarily reflective of the actual cost of living. Like if you look at the cost of living within the country, you got to admit that the cost of living is much higher, and this is one of the fuel for this problem.
Cost of living is going up as inflation, right?
It's not all inflation. It's also it's supply and demand. It's the amount of goods that we're able to produce per the amount of population that we have.
What do you think inflation is?
It's the degradation of the value of currency.
Okay. And the value of your currency goes down when things cost more, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, when the cost of living goes up, what happens to the rate of inflation? It also goes up due to the fact that your currency is being devalued.
Yeah.
So
and
therefore, the cost of living going up is inflation, because that is the devaluation of your dollar, because it's going up. When a cost goes up, your value becomes devalued. Your dollar becomes devalued, meaning that inflation is occurring.
I don't think we disagree on this one.
Okay. Well, guess what? Real median wages accounts for inflation. That's what real means.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of metrics out there, but I think if you look at the real, and when I say real, I'm not talking about some metric you can throw out. I'm saying about the experiential reality that a lot of people have. It's much more difficult now, say 10, 15 years ago.
More difficult to do what?
To, say, buy a home, raise a family.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, because like for instance, the housing market has experienced much more inflation than like real median, like median inflation across all industries, right? That doesn't change that, but that doesn't like change anything for my argument or yours.
And how do you think illegal immigration affects housing prices?
I think that they have a downward pressure on housing.
Okay, interesting. Explain.
Yeah, because one out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant, meaning that they disproportionately contribute to the supply side of the housing market. Meanwhile, most banks will not give loans to undocumented immigrants due to the fact that they don't possess SSNs, meaning they're less likely to actively participate in the demand side of the housing market, meaning that overall they would have a downward pressure on the pricing of houses.
So how would you conceptualize currently why the prices of homes are going up?
Yeah, because we see a bunch of big corporations buying single-family homes. And we also see that with Donald Trump's tariffs, now the raw materials involved in building houses, such as tiles from Mexico, steel from Mexico, or lumber from Canada, are exorbitantly more expensive. And we see a reciprocal effect that because overall total demand for housing has gone down because the pricing of the houses has gone up for these reasons, that builders are less incentivized in building, meaning that they're less incentivized in increasing the supply.
Now,
right?
Okay.
But I just wanted to tell you, I don't need an explanation for why the price of housing has gone up in order to have a justifiable argument to describe how undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure, right? I just gave you that explanation out of the kindness of my heart, not because I have to for my argument. And in fact, it is that argument that I would really appreciate your engagement on, Describe to me how I'm wrong in assuming that undocumented immigrants have a downward pressure on housing, given the fact that they're more likely to actively participate in the supply side of housing and less likely to actively participate in the demand side of housing.
So you're saying that illegal immigrants are overrepresented in terms of construction workers?
They're overrepresented on the demand side, on the supply side of housing, and underrepresented on the supply side. On the demand side of housing. Yes, over on,
Well,
over on the
I'd
supply
have
side,
to
under on the demand side. Yes.
I'd have to look into that. I'm not sure, but when it comes to just if I were to think about this, the number of people that come to the country illegally, how many of those people would be involved in the construction business? Like what percent would we say overall? Ballpark.
Why do I need to give that to you? Like, what is the conceptual relevancy?
Because you're saying that they are contributing more to the supply side
Compared to who?
than the demand side.
So I am saying that they can. I'm saying that compared to citizens, right? They're more likely to participate in the demand side. Sorry, in the supply side of housing, and they're less likely to participate in the demand side of housing.
Okay, so then my question would be, what percentage of the illegal migrants are in that construction business? So in order to measure the effect that they have in decreasing the prices relative to the increased need and supply.
Okay, Google it. like if you want to know like the percentage of undocumented immigrants that are like actively working in construction, you should Google it. I could tell you the calculus would look something like determining how many undocumented immigrants there are in America today. I think the Immigration Council tells us there's 11 million. The next step would be to determine how many undocumented immigrants work in the American labor force, which I think, again, the American Immigration Council tells us is 8.3 million. And then determining out of the undocumented immigrants that do work, how many of them are working in construction. You could figure this out by determining what is the total amount of individuals working in construction in America, and then dividing that by 7, right, to find out how many of them are undocumented immigrants per the American Immigration Council's reporting that 1 out of 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant, and then taking that out of the total amount of undocumented immigrants in the labor force.
Okay, so I looked it up. One source that I have says it's about 14%, which to your point, it's significant. That is a significant amount. But do we think that that 14% is enough for you to justify the claim that they are going to have an outsized effect on the supply side rather than the demand side? I would posit no. And I don't know if there's any study that looks into this specific question in particular, but I don't think 14% is quite enough to posit that they have this outsized effect.
Okay. Do you have an argument that's true, or is that just a claim?
Well, I gave you the statistic, and I think
right. But I'm asking you,
like
ultimately, like considering these facts, like do you have an argument that overwhelmingly they like cause significant inflation for the pricing of houses?
I would say yes, and
what is that argument?
Just like you're saying no, I think it's not based on any kind of study. It's just looking at, okay, what are the number of people here in the country? What is the effect in terms of both the supply and the demand?
Okay,
and
so what's the argument?
14% working in construction is not enough supply side in order to make up for the demand.
Okay, and what's the argument?
That is the argument.
No, that's a claim.
Well, the argument is my claim.
Okay, well, a claim can't be an argument, as a claim would be the conclusion of an argument. You'd have to have like motivating reasons to work your way to said conclusion. Like ultimately, if the conclusion of your argument is that although 1 out of every 7 construction workers is an undocumented immigrant, Although undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to get loans to buy houses from lenders. In fact, 99% of all lenders won't even give them loans as they don't have a social security number. And although that same thing is also true for renters, right? Most renters of properties will not allow non-citizens to lease their properties. You still think that they have an overwhelming inflationary effect on the market. You would have to have motivating reason to find that to be the case, right? And my question to you is, what is the motivating reason you possess to find that to be the case?
So I would say, I think we're kind of at an impasse here because I think we're
and the impasse is you failing to
point.
provide reason to believe that you're right. Okay, and if that's the impasse, then all that you're telling me is that you believe this without any motivating reason, but it is bad to believe
I
things
think it's
without
true
any
on both
motivating
ends.
reason.
I think that's true on both ends.
You know what? Sure.
You're doing
If that's what you think, I'm willing to concede that because all that means is that because you are the one that originally brought this point up yourself and I was just simply trying to prove you wrong, it just seems like now I found it a more effective way to prove you wrong by telling you that you have no motivating reason to believe that they inflate the pricing of houses. And I'm willing to concede, for whatever reasons, that I have no motivating reason to believe that they deflate the pricing of houses for that conclusion. Because ultimately, that would just result in agnosticism on both of our standpoints. However, right, I am not arguing that mass deportation is bad because they deflate the pricing of houses. I argue that mass deportation is bad because it is economically destructive for about a billion other reasons. But you are arguing that mass deportation is good specifically because they inflate the pricing of houses, meaning that your stance ultimately lacks any motivating reason.
I wouldn't say specifically, like there's multitude of reasons that go into this.
Okay, well, we've went over like real median wages. I detailed how you ultimately didn't have an argument there, and ultimately we should believe that they increase real median wages due to like the productivity that they would generate in the market as a whole, leading to more job opportunity and more technological advancement. And then your second point was to say that they inflate the pricing of houses. You just conceded that you ultimately have no motivating reason to believe that. So do you have any other reasons, right, not related to reducing wages or inflating the pricing of houses?
Well, I'll wrap up with this because I think maybe you want to get another guest in here.
No, man. Feel free to stay up here as long as you want. Do you have any other motivating reasons?
Well, let me just conclude with this. I think it would be fantastic if we get some studies that look into these specific questions because I think it really goes both ways with both my claim and your claim. I think there needs to be some solid research done. I think we're both looking at just the basics, supply and demand to support our argument. But yeah, we would need some sort of officiated study to look into these questions specifically on both of our ends in order to get a solid, concrete answer.
Yeah, but like I'll just repeat this. Like my argument doesn't hinge on like undocumented immigrants having a deflationary effect on the pricing of houses. I'll actually give that one to you. I think that you're right. You brought up some good points to believe that I may lack sufficient motivating reason to believe that they would have a downward pressure on housing for like the same reason that you lack sufficient motivating reason to believe that they have an inflationary effect on the pricing of housing. You made a great point there, right? But the only thing is as I already said, and I'm going to repeat this now for the last time, is my argument for why mass deportation equals bad does not hinge on them having a deflationary effect on the pricing of houses. It hinges on mass deportation hurting our economy in many other ways, right? However, for the last time I'll repeat this too, your argument for why mass deportation is good does hinge on them having an inflationary effect on the pricing of houses. And if I'm wrong here, if that is not what your argument hinges on, feel free to correct me by telling me the other ways that you believe undocumented immigrants hurt this country.
Right. Well, I gotta go, but no. Like, I do actually have to go, but I want to say this. Really appreciate the conversation, and I like the respectful tone that we maintain throughout. And I wish you the best of luck, but I do have to go.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right. You guys can't say that I only debate dumbasses. That guy was much more knowledgeable than the average Trump supporter that we get up here, rattling off talking points from Fox News, and I still think I did all right. Okay, folks? All right? I don't want to see any more of that. He just debates low IQ Trump supporters all day long. No more of that. All right. Let me go ahead and thank a handful of people because, like, literally that whole time I wasn't looking at the donations because I was pretty focused on the conversation. Madison, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Madison said, "I really want to be educated by somebody with facts before the next election year. I really appreciate if we could talk. I love your debates, man." I appreciate that, Madison. What specifically are you looking for? Maybe I could point you in the right direction of resources. As well as Catherine. Thank you so much for the $23 over on Venmo. Catherine with the $23 says, "Every caller is immigration or abortion. Here's some thanks for putting up with the repetition and continuing to fight the good fight." Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, for whatever reason, for the last 2 days, every caller has been immigration. It's like, I don't know why. You know, like we had months before that where he was doing the same deportations he is today, but we didn't hear it like every single caller. Thank you for the $23, as well as Cara and Courtney. I appreciate you both for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. And then Peter, thank you so much for the $75 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, man. Holy shit. Peter with the $75, seriously, thank you so much, says realtor here. Home ownership is such a valuable commodity because homes naturally appreciate. Even when we have something like an economic crash, home value will only temporarily stagnate. It'll eventually return to appreciating. Yeah, man. I just wish that we could reduce the pricing of houses. I think that's what we need. You know, like there's a bunch of people that make a lot of money off of houses, including, you know, like middle class Americans that make $75,000 per year, $65,000 per year household income that got a house 20 years ago. And I can recognize that as a valuable asset to them. And if the price of their house goes down, it'll hurt them, including some, once again, middle-class Americans. But ultimately speaking, I think that the positive effects of reducing the prices of houses significantly outweighs the negative ones. Oscar, thank you so much for the $11 over on Venmo. Not the Trump supporters gifting him because he sounds smart. No, that's a trend. That's a trend. We see that. Desiree, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Desiree. Desiree with the $20 says the amount of information I learned from you is priceless. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Desiree. Show some love to Desiree down below. As well as Kaylin with the $20 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Kaylin, Desiree. I appreciate y'all all so much for all of your kindness today. I also want to go and thank a handful of people on PayPal. Thank you for the $6 over on PayPal. Then Katrina, thank you for the $20. Katrina didn't leave a message or anything, just the love. I really appreciate you for the $20. And Brett with the $10 from a real Republican who appreciates what you do to combat the MAGA mush brain. I yearn for a day when we can debate genuine political views. Until then, keep dunking on these shit weasels. You know what? Brett? I have an appreciation for people like you. Because we can agree that politics and political debate should be boring and focused around minuscule, like tax policy, and like very small parts of tax policy. And I think that's cool. You know what, Brett, the day when we get back to boring politics, if we ever can, which I don't know, I'd love to have you up for an incredibly boring debate about small facts of tax policy, you know? Let's see here. As well as Catherine, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. And oh my God, dude, I really hope that you're still in here. Alex, thank you so much for the $250 donation on PayPal saying, keep up the good work. Okay, listen, y'all. Can you please show some fucking love to Alex? Alex hops in here like every week and drops an insanely large donation and says, keep up the good work. And then I maybe hear back from him like another week from them. You know what? Just Alex, I just want to let you know, man, I really appreciate you. You've been so fucking kind to me. $250 is so much goddamn money. Show some love to Alex down below in the chat. I really appreciate you, bro. As well as Melanie, thank you for the $25. And then Ferdinand with the $20. Awesome. We are all caught up. I was not caught up there for a while because I was super focused on those debates. I think that we are going to go ahead and do we have time? Oh, actually, Parker's live. Would you guys like to see me and Parker co-host one debate? Like, how about we raid him and then I'll co-host one debate with him and that'll be the last debate of the night. That sounds like fun. Here, quickly before we got to get off, to raid his stream. There was like 3 more people that I wanted to thank because of donations that literally just came in. First and foremost, Donald. Thank you for the $20 saying love what you do. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to Donald down below. And then Mark with the 10 saying love your work. Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much, Donald and Mark. And then one last one here. Holy shit. Bobby, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Jeez, you guys have been crazy today. Bobby with all $100 says, Dean, I love how patient and respectful you were with the last caller. The only thing more contagious than fear is courage. Way to be strong and courageous. Bobby, thank you so much. That is so fucking kind of you. Show some love to Bobby down below. See, my thing is I try to emulate the tone of the people that I'm debating, right? So that last guy, he was composing himself with a respectful tone. So I tried to give him the same tone he was giving me. And like, that's kind of like the rule that I like to try to follow. I really appreciate you for the $100, Bobby. Seriously, that is so fucking kind of you. And then one last one here. Daniel, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Thank you everyone so much for all the love. And Parker is live, but he is on his second account. What is your handle? All right. He's going to let us know very shortly. He's on a random account. I'm not sure what the ad is, so I just asked him. We'll learn soon. It's Parker got a GF. Okay, everyone. Everyone, head over to @Parker got a GF on TikTok. Parker's on like literally his last backup account of the day. So I'm going to be honest with you guys. Right now, he's probably like a little sad because he's on his backup account. And he's like, oh man, I'm not going to have like many people in here. Like, he's probably sad because he won't be able to get many debates. You know, he's probably sad because he won't be able to, you know, speak his truth to as many people as possible, right? Because that's the way it is when you're on like the backup of the backup of the backup of the backup. You know, you get a fraction of the typical viewership that you do. So I want y'all to fucking fill the live, okay? He's going to be doing debates for the next 4 hours. Even if you just come over for 30 seconds, it'd be meaningful. Head over to @ParkerGotAGF on TikTok. Once again, that is Parker got a GF, and fill the live, shoot it a red. I'm going to co-host with him for a guest. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace and love, everyone. It was a great night. Take care. @Parker got a GF.